Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Hope everybody's doing well. Leo, congrats on the first. Sadie, thank you for the... You're up to 18,000 that you've given for July. Jeez. Like, how much of the total have you contributed? Good lord. I'm interested to see that really quickly. 15,900. Oh my god, 30% of the goal you've contributed single-handedly. Thank you for the Wii music as well. That was good timing for that. Hope everybody is doing well today. We've got V2V and Friday, so... come on. Stupid OBS. What are you doing? I don't want you to go up there. Stop it. Just make sure everything looked good for starting, because I always feel like I have to like recalibrate my my V2 model. And, you know, it's totally fine, but I feel like I do that way too way too much. Well, I hope everybody is well. Why don't we continue on with our story here? Where did we leave off? We did... Oh, yeah, I remember. So, first couple of chapters, we had the card... Well, we had the game store tournament. Where there's a $500 prize. We did the curry cook-off. Oh yeah, and then we have Mion's sister Shion. So that's what we did the last time. So let's get loaded and going. Alrighty. I might have explained this before, but phys ed at our school is really just an exercise in disorder. After some random warm-ups, the rest of the time is spent doing whatever. You're free to cause a ruckus, or just fall asleep. I'm not really sure, but doesn't the Board of Education have some sort of curriculum for this? Something like, when you're this old, you should have this amount of physical ability. I have no idea what you're saying, Keiichi-san. It's rather difficult to understand. Well, you see, it's something like a rule for teachers to follow during class. Maybe you weakling city folk need something like that, but do you really think us country-raised kids will lag behind in physical ability? I mean, she has a point. We're better athletes than you would think, Keiichi. Come to think of it, they might be right. Leo, do you agree with the, I mean, I know you're on a farm, though it's unfair for me to just say you're in the country, but... I mean, my experience, I'm in the Northeast, so, like, my experience with one of the towns I lived in was, it was definitely more of a farming community, especially where I lived. There were a lot of horse farms. There was one horse farm literally up the road from me. And I'm pretty sure there were other, like, farmlands around, so... I don't know. Either way, Leo, thank you for the... You're up to 20,000... Oh my god, okay, hold on. How many points have you guys put in, like, combined? Like, Jesus Christ, you guys are legit carrying this. 38... Just between the two of you? For 61,800? 61.5%. You guys are nuts. Alright. If we all lined up for a race, there was a good chance I'd finish dead last if I didn't start off well. Let's just pray that when a brutal penalty game is at stake, the 100-meter dash isn't a club activity. On that note, I've watched too much television, so I'm fantastically tired. I'll be using this time to catch up on my sleep. It's the 4th period and I'm completely starved. If I don't sleep now, when will I ever? As I began to sprawl out on top of a pipe, Mion grabbed me by the collar. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Do you really think I'd let you sleep in peace and quiet? That look on your face, it required more courage to try and take a nap than not. Good grief. Which means, is it going to start again? Now! Just killing time with idle chit-chat until the bell rings is impossible for us hot-blooded youth, isn't it? Shall we start a club activity? Just as I thought, it's come to this. What's today's game? Now that this is happening, taking a nap is impossible. Not just that, with this sleep-deprived head of mine, I'm as good as mincemeat. I have to get my brain into gear.
Reina thinks that we should decide what today's penalty game should be before we start.
Reina knows it's up. I've prepared something super special today. She began to announce the cool penalty game with a grand spinning flourish. But before she could do that...
I'm sorry. I have something that I wanted to do.
Of all people, it was Rika-chan announcing her non-participation. Even rare events do eventually occur. Losing her timing, Mion spun like a top as she tumbled to the ground. Wah! Huh? What's the matter? Are you not feeling well?
Oh, that's right. Mi-chan, she has to practice for the Watanagashi.
That's right. It's Sunday. Rika's in the middle of super serious training right now.
I've been working too hard lately, so my arms hurt.
I see. Well, there's nothing that can be done. There's no point in doing anything if we can't get everybody together. Today... Oh, that's still Mion. I see. Well, there's nothing that can be done. There's no point in doing anything if we can't get everybody together. Today, let's just take it easy.
I'm very sorry, but I'll try my best.
Yeah, good luck. We'll be cheering you on. When Mion announced that today's club activity was canceled, Rika-chan and Satoko headed off behind the school building. Only I was left alone, completely clueless as to what everybody was talking about. What was that about? Is Rika-chan training for competition or something?
Rika-chan is a shrine maiden for the Watanagashi, so she has to perform a ritual dance. It's practice for that.
Why don't you explain things in order? First of all, what is this Watanagashi? Next, what do you mean by shrine maiden? Last, what do you mean by ritual dance? Huh? Didn't you get the notice at your house, Kei-chan? Wasn't it written there? What the Watanagashi festival is this Sunday. Huh? Hi, Kitty. Kitty's just blocking my view. He's going in and out of the window, so... Come to think of it, I have a feeling Mom did say something about it during dinner the other day.
The Watanagashi is a festival that happens at the shrine on a Sunday every June. It's very lively.
I see. But Watanagashi sounds like a pretty strange name for it. Is it something like the Lantern Festival where they have a memorial for the dead by floating things down the river? Oh, I figured you might guess right, Kei-chan. The Watanagashi, or Cotton Drift, Festival is, as the name implied, where we set cotton adrift down the river.
The cotton you see is from futons or jackets, so it'd be something like a futon memorial? They also pile futons up on the altar.
I've heard of people leaving offerings of things like needles or kitchen knives to their ancestors or to casualties of war. But an offering of futons is a first for me. It's a second for us, though. What's the history behind that? Mion tilted her head pensively. I don't think there's a complicated backstory to it. The winters around here are pretty harsh, so things like warm futons and coats to ward off the cold are fairly important, I guess. Ah, I see. In other words, it's something like giving thanks to the futons that took care of you during the winter then. Then, the Shrine Maiden holds a memorial service for them and set them adrift. That's what the Watanagashi is? Mion and Reina indicated that I had the correct answer with a round of applause.
And you see? That Shrine Maiden performing the memorial is Rika-chan.
Oh? So, Rika-chan is a Shrine Maiden. Now that you mention it, Rika-chan does have a mystical air about her.
Right? Rika-chan in a Shrine Maiden outfit. Oh. So cute!
It certainly does seem like it would suit her. Yeah, it might be cute. I finally get what you're saying. Rika-chan's training is for her performance as a Shrine Maiden then. That would be it! The Shrine Maiden has to purify a number of futons as part of the ceremony. It's practice for that. It's a lot of hard work.
The Shrine Maiden has to carry a large ceremonial hoe as part of the rite, and it's really heavy for Rika-chan.
Well, Rika-chan is pretty small. Exactly how heavy is that hoe? It's pretty heavy. Enough that Rika-chan has been practicing with the mochi mallet. Wait a minute. That's way too heavy. Forget about Rika-chan. That'd be rough even for me. It's a sacred ceremonial hoe. If she dropped it by accident, it'd be big trouble. Well, it's a once-a-year kind of deal. All we can do is cheer from the sidelines. It'll be okay. She pulled it off last year. Oh, really? Then the least I can do is cheer her on. Even something that little would help, right? I was rather curious about exactly how she practiced. Mion laughed as she shook her head. Let me guess, she read our face and knows what we're thinking. Leave her alone. If you go, Rika-chan will get all cute and won't be able to practice. I didn't quite understand what Mion was saying. You see, Rika-chan doesn't like showing people how hard she works, okay? So just leave her be. Even the always cool and aloof Rika-chan has times when she sweats while giving it her all. Because she was always so well put together, she didn't want people to see an ungainly side of her. It's not like I couldn't understand that feeling. All I can do is pray for her success, huh? Do your best, Rika Furude. I'm cheering for you. Well then, I climbed up onto the pipe and plopped down on my side. Hooray, hooray, Rika-chan! In order to transmit more of my psychic waves of encouragement, I'll be entering a meditative state now. So you're just going to sleep after all? The lackadaisical noontime ended up giving way to mind-numbing afternoon classes. Rebounding from yesterday's hunger, I ate too much for lunch today, leaving me in a horrible condition. Ugh. I might have gorged myself a bit too much. I'll have to endure afternoon classes.
Keiichi-kun, you had an amazing appetite today.
Basically, you always eat like a pig. But today was on a whole different level. Yesterday I skipped lunch, right? That hunger just soaked right in. This time, no matter how much I ate, my hunger knew no bounds. I get you. But really, Kei-chan, you always finish your lunch down to the last bite. Heck, even down to the last grain of rice. With food, you show your appreciation for the person who made it by eating it, you know? If you leave any behind, it's rude to the person who put in all that effort. Hearing that, Mion's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, followed by a cool laugh. Kei-chan, really? At first glance, you seem unruly and irresponsible, but you're actually pretty conscientious. Well-disciplined or something like that.
Yeah, Reina thinks so too. Keiichi-kun is a lot kinder than he looks.
Both of them were probably trying to compliment me, but I had a strange feeling I wasn't being complimented at all. Yeah, it's backhand compliments right there. That's not true. I just wanted to say that there's a big gap between your appearance and your personality. I'm saying that's not a compliment. Hey, Sonozaki-san, Maibara-kun, we're in the middle of class. How far did you get, Sonozaki-san? Bring your notes up here. Startled, Mion vocalized a rather easy to understand utterance. She was so enthralled in the conversation, she had stopped working completely. Doing alright? You haven't progressed at all. You're in the highest grade, so you have to shape up. That Mion. Looks like she's getting lectured. Poor bastard.
Appearances can be deceiving. In other words, actually, appearance might be the opposite of reality.
You say some interesting things. Responding to Reina's seemingly profound statement, I turned my gaze to where Satoko was happily studying together with Rika-chan. Are you saying that brat Satoko is actually really meek? If I went by what Reina literally said, then that would be the case. I could hardly imagine Satoko being meek and gentle like a girl in some fairy tale.
Satoko-chan's been rude lately, but just a while ago, she was pretty different. She acted really spoiled and always... Yep. Keep this a secret from Satoko-chan, okay?
That's Satoko. Acting so cute? For Satoko to play coy, I think that would have to be some sort of calculated plot. Even if she was to hide behind someone, I wouldn't think it was because she was attached to them. But since it came up, I tried to imagine a gentle and coquettish Satoko. Hey, Satoko.
What is it, Oni-sama?
Satoko smiled cutely and walked towards me. By the way, for every 3 steps forward Satoko took, for some reason I took 3 steps away.
Oni-sama, why are you running away?
Sorry, Satoko. For you to approach me with an affectionate smile on your face, I just have to think it's some sort of trap. Oh, I died. Rip.
That's so mean! Oni-sama, you meanie!
Sorry, I didn't intend to be so mean. The weeping Satoko came closer to me. I'm a sucker for tears. Click. Clank! Uh-huh. A bear trap? My leg was being clamped down on by jagged metal teeth.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You fell for it. Now for the next part.
Satoko raised her right arm triumphantly, and traps began to trigger one after another. Suddenly, the wall sprang forward, throwing me 3 blocks away. And there I saw a giant metal ball covered in spikes hurtling towards me. On top of that, in the direction the ball would knock me, was a giant guillotine.
I'm not really sure, but Keiichi-kun, you're not thinking of anything completely ludicrous right now, are you?
Not really. Not at all.
That's a lie. You've got the kind of look on your face that says, I'm gonna be crushed by a giant spiked metal ball.
How could my expression convey what I was thinking like that? You said exactly what I was thinking, man. Dude, you literally telegraph your looks. Sorry. Imagining a meek and gentle Satoko is impossible right now. I'll try again when I'm in better shape. Next, I looked over at Rika-chan, who was working diligently on some kanji drills. In contrast to Satoko, her default state was meek and gentle. If Rika-chan came at me saying, "Oni-sama," I'd hug her tightly. I could get used to that.
Keiichi-kun, you're drooling.
Sorry. Then, how about Rika-chan? Are you saying that her appearance is deceiving as well? Saying that out loud, I felt a tinge of doubt. Was Rika-chan really all sweet? Despite her appearance, she really was quite sly. Sweetly, how do you put it? Evading things deftly? I get the feeling that Rika-chan isn't only just sweet. Her appearance is definitely deceiving. I couldn't put exactly what I was imagining into words, but Reina managed to say what I wanted to. She turned to me with an impish look in her eye. Oh, God, the yawn. I'm so sorry. That was right in the middle. She turned to me with an impish look in her eyes, like she was saying,
You shouldn't say something like that.
When Rika-chan grows up, I'm sure she'll become an incredibly devilish beauty with men wrapped all around her little finger. Don't you think that would be cool? Oh, that was Reina. Alright, we're rereading that as Reina, I guess.
When Rika-chan grows up, I'm sure she'll become an incredibly devilish beauty with men wrapped all around her little finger. Don't you think that would be cool?
Reina said that lightheartedly, but I, as a man, couldn't laugh at that. Scary part about that was that it felt like it could be true. Noticing my gaze, Rika-chan turned towards me and let loose with an angelic smile. Both Reina and I, feeling as if it was directed towards us personally, had our hearts skip a beat.
Meow, so cute, so cute.
Reina, your nose is bleeding. Appearances can be deceiving, huh? Well then, what about our dear leader Mion? I say to her, she tried to weasel her way out of her scolding by the teacher. By Reina's theory, that unrefined, calculating, conniving Mion also had a side of her that belied appearances. Then what you're saying is that Mion, despite her appearance, is actually a good person?
Mi-chan is a good person.
Oh, well, that is true. But what I'm trying to say is...
Yep, I know what you're trying to say, Keiichi-kun.
Catching on that I was struggling to express my feelings as words, Reina smiled even more brightly.
Know what?
No what?
Michan is mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's right. Mion was more than aware that she was a girl, but it was exactly as Reina said. When Mion livened up the mood, it wasn't as though she felt like a guy or girl specifically, but a friend of the same gender. If she were a guy, we'd probably be like two peas in a pod. Although, that's the same way it is right now.
But you see, even that Michan is actually really feminine.
Reina, how much did Mion pay you exactly?
That's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Reina began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
Michan is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
Reina's gaze focused off into a distance beyond where Mion was. The Mion that I met at Angel Mort was unimaginably different compared to the Mion that I normally knew. Flustered and hesitant from the unfamiliar job, it was a far cry from the brash and confident Mion. Even though she had to hurry to work, she went through all the trouble to bring me food when I was on the brink of starvation. And she did so not as Mion, but as Shion. What exactly was Shion to Mion? What kind of person was Mion exactly?
Keiichi-kun probably couldn't even begin to imagine.
As if to say it was our little secret, Reina held her finger up to her lips as she giggled. Mion, finally free from the teacher's preaching, returned to her seat, cradling her head to hide her embarrassment. This old man, you see, thinks that grade school is enough for everything you need to study for in life. Saying that, she plopped down into her seat violently. Mion was actually really feminine. Right. I wonder if I can meet Shion again. I wanted to talk to her again. The principal waved around the bell that served as the school chime. The teacher rushed back to the blackboard and began to list everybody's homework assignments.
Whoa! It looks like there's gonna be a lot of homework today. Gotta buckle down.
Well then, that means even Reina?
Uh-huh. What do you mean?
Appearances can be deceiving. Would that apply to you too?
Huh? Keiichi-kun, how do you see me? How?
The Reina Ryugu that I knew sometimes took things too far, but was generally a kind and gentle, ideal girl.
Really? Then that makes me happy, I guess.
If she was the opposite of what she seemed, that would make her...
And if I were really the opposite? Just try saying it. I won't be mad.
That's what I felt she meant. Reina is...
Reina is?
Even if you were the opposite, you'd still be Reina, right? This question shouldn't have been so nerve-wracking to answer. Maybe it was because the person in question was staring at me, but even saying that took a strange amount of effort.
That's no fair, Keiichi-kun. It bothers me when you say it that way. Oh.
Perhaps, unable to endure my silence, Reina's face began to burn red with embarrassment. Reina, Kei-chan, let's go home. Mion walked over and started getting ready to go home. Whenever school is over, she really does get noticeably more energetic. Alright, any streams I can pull up? Any streams? There it is. Nice, okay. It is really quiet in terms of streams for the afternoon, which is bizarre. Alrighty. It was the same relaxing walk home as always. Digging around my pocket on a whim, I noticed something that should have been there was missing. What's the matter, Kei-chan? Well, Kei-chan has something stuck in the back of his throat. That was weird. It was like a poppy seed, like, in the back of my throat. That was weird. Stupid everything bagel. The key to my house I always carry around is gone. Man, where did I lose it? It's fine today since my parents are home, but still, this is bad.
That sure is troublesome. Did you forget it somewhere? Or did you drop it?
Which one was it? Did I take it with me this morning in the first place? Huh? Huh? Kei-chan, did that key have anything that would make it stand out? Yeah, it's on a keychain. It was a blue fur seal, something I made for some of her homework a long time ago. Huh? Does it have its eyes shut like it's taking a nap? Oh, how did you know? Yeah, that's it. Mion looked away and began to whistle. See... You went for dinner at Angel Moore a couple of days ago, right? That night, the staff found a key, and there was a fur seal keychain attached to it. As she said that, she suddenly grew flustered and added that Shion had told her about it. Uh-huh. So I dropped it then.
But aren't you glad they found it? I'm sure they're looking after it for you.
That's right. Why don't you go? Shion looks the same as me, so you'll know her by sight. This was a rather unexpected development. Once again, I had no choice but to go and meet with Shion. But I also had to thank her for the bento from yesterday. Besides, taking some time and chatting with this other side of Mion might be interesting. Half jokingly, I began to think about things like this. Right. Angel Mort, was it? I'll head over to Shion's restaurant and get my key back. While I'm at it, having a nice spot at tea might not be a bad idea. You sound just like an English gentleman. It totally doesn't suit you, Kei-chan.
Is this the restaurant? The one that Mi-chan's little sister is working at?
Yeah, why don't we go together, Reina?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I have plans with my father today. Some other time.
Reina seemed pretty disappointed about having to miss such a great opportunity.
You said they're twins, but do they really look that much alike? Enough to mistake which is which?
Yeah, they're totally the same. At least on the outside. Unlike Mion, she's well-mannered and really cute, though. In response to my teasing, Mion pouted and began to argue with me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Mion's little farce. After all, they weren't just identical. They were the same person. After going home, I changed my clothes and dug my bike out of the garage. Just thinking that I would be able to meet Shion again gave me a mysterious feeling. Shion. A name for a different kind of Mion. She was a mysterious and ridiculous person, believing she had fooled everyone like that. I want to do some gambling in really fast. Good roll. And bad slots like usual. I noticed that I was pedaling along quite happily. Could it be that I was looking forward to meeting Shion? I felt a sense of giddy anticipation, like I was headed towards a new friend's house for the first time. What Reina said about Mion actually being really feminine sprang to mind once again. The guilt from spying on another side of Mion, the self-consciousness from being the only one that knew about that side, these feelings mixed together. That was Shion for you. Mion's little twin sister. Until she felt like coming out admitting she was Mion, it was fine to just call her Shion, right? Mion might be trying to have some fun by acting out a different persona. As I reached the top of the steep hill, the horizon expanded before me. I was almost at the station. Last time I wasn't embarrassed since I was here with Dad. Oh wait. The last time I wasn't embarrassed since I was here with Dad, but this time I was alone. I was strangely self-conscious about it. I got a fly flying around me. Yay! Meet Shion, get my key back. That was all this task was supposed to be. If I dawdled around like this, maybe Shion would find me before she headed in for work. Hey, what are you doing, Keiichi Maebara? You're just here to get your key back, you know? It's not like you're some love-struck schoolboy here to hand over a love letter. Hey, we live this time. The thoughts inside my head were slowly turning into a jumbled mess. I came to the realization that I was downright giddy. That's why, for just a bit, just a tiny little bit, I got a little carried away and did something really stupid. I kicked over a parked motorcycle that was blocking the sidewalk. It was in the way, sure, but there was absolutely no need for me to kick it. I definitely think I got too carried away. Thunk! Clack! Crash! As the three bikes toppled one after another like dominoes, the loud noise they caused snapped me back to my senses. Oh, shit. The hell you think you're doing? The owners of those three bikes were right there. They looked exactly like what you'd call thugs up to no good. They lifted their heads up in an imposing manner and yelled angrily in a way I had never heard before. The three of them beelined towards me, the worn-down heels of their thin-soled shoes slapping noisily against the pavement. I could only stare listlessly, as if I were watching some far-off event that didn't concern me at all. By the time I realized it, I had been grabbed by the collar. It lifted onto my tiptoes. Don't be playing dumb. You knocked him over, didn't you? Huh? Three thugs were completely ignoring the rules of grammar, but the way they spoke was enough to make me tremble. Just like that, my composure drained away. My legs buckled. My throat grew dry enough to crack. Sorry, I accidentally... Accident my ass! You kicked it, didn't you, dumbass? I was completely at fault, so there was nothing I could say in my defense. As a result, I was pulled even higher. The hell, man? The paint's all scuffed! Yo, Brad, who put you up to this, eh? This is your goddamn fault! The three of them continued to yell at me. I had no idea what each of them were saying. Getting further in range that I was only listening while dumbstruck, they grabbed an empty plastic crate from a nearby store and began to smash it repeatedly against the telephone pole. Cracks formed in the crate, plastic shards flying everywhere. They then slammed it full force into the shuttered storefront. Smash! The shutter let out a frighteningly loud noise. Still not satisfied, they flipped over a case of empty cans, scattering its contents all over the place. This was not normal. It was something you saw often on television or in manga, but I never thought seeing it in person would be this terrifying. I became painfully aware that the safety of civilized society was only held up by such a frail concept as morals. My knees clattered together noisily. Static began to pepper my vision. This is what you would call absolute terror. There was nothing I could do to stop this frightening spectacle of violence. I could only pray for help. The fear I felt was just too much. Would somebody help me? My gaze floundered about the surrounding area. I was surrounded by these three hoodlums. No way would there be a passerby brave enough to intervene. Maybe this was what you call reaping what you sow. If I were a passerby, there would be no doubt that I'd ignore what was going on. So, this was somewhat of a cosmic retribution. Fucking say something! I'll fucking stab you! What are they, like British or something? I don't get this. They have to be like oh my gosh, like hold on, I'm saving this because it's hilarious. Hold on. I know, Sadie, right? Like where do you ever see like cursing like that? Let's be real. Okay, that's a fair point. It's a fair point I did not consider, so I appreciate it. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I really need to get this fly swatter because this fly is literally... I mean, they are thugs, so, like, I don't know. And mate, as weird as it sounds, it's like, in the US, you attribute, like, mate to being Australian as opposed to British. Alright, let me get this fly swatter really quickly. I need to murder this fly when it comes around. Oi! Oi! This fly going to shake me! Going to fucking shake me! Angry yelling loud enough to rile my eardrums spewed forth right in front of my face. My waning consciousness was forcefully dragged back to the forefront. The thug had cocked back his free hand and twisted his body, when suddenly a metallic taste filtered through the back of my throat. A chill ran down my spine like a jolt of electricity. Seeing what was going to happen next, I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as possible and grit my teeth. You're making quite the racket, you stupid pieces of trash. Get out of my sight. That voice was a short distance away. Still holding me by the collar, the three thugs spun around to look behind them. The fuck you say? Standing there was Shion. I mean, Mion. She stood there, displaying an imposing stature that I'd never seen before. She didn't have the same look on her face as she did when we were playing around during club. Those were the eyes that would instill fear in anyone who looked upon them. The eyes of a raptor. They were the epitome of terror. At the same time, they were the most reassuring things in the world. I'll only say this one more time. Let go of Kei-chan and get lost. Mion, without an ounce of fear, laid down her ultimatum. Of course, there was no way those three wouldn't go absolutely berserk. The situation instantly turned explosively dangerous. You fucking bitch! I'll fucking bash your head in! Stop it, Mion. These guys are like rabid dogs. No amount of bluffing will work. Mion, it's dangerous. I knew what I was saying was pathetic. But I couldn't let Mion get involved in this. No matter how you looked at it, Mion was only bluffing. But did Mion even know the meaning of the word bluff? However, the reason behind everything soon became apparent. They were slowly increasing in number, little by little. At first, it was only businessmen on their way home stopping to take a look. Then, it was housewives in the middle of shopping, taking a gander. Next, what seemed like the owner of some store showed up, and it was pretty clear he wasn't just looking. Around Mion, there was already about 7 people gathered. It felt different than people coming out to support a friend. If I had to say why, it was because the group that gathered was diverse in age and gender. The 3 thugs seemed to slowly realize that there was something strange about the situation. Who the hell are these guys? Behind them, at some point, 4 more people of different clothes and ages had gathered. A girl who looked to be in middle school. A man wearing a bakery apron. An old lady in a house cleaning smock. More and more. People of various ages. Their gazes, comparable to Mion's, were of hostility. Of intimidation. Before I realized it, over 10 people had formed a ring around us. At that moment, 5 elementary schoolers ran in and joined the circle. There were some familiar faces. Some of our classmates. Then, these people were residents of Hinamizawa? More and more people from Hinamizawa gathered around. In obvious contrast, the residents of Okinomiya were passing by as quickly as possible. The fuck are you guys? Go the fuck away. The fact that they use DAFUQ is just amazing. The group surrounding us had suddenly swelled to around 20 people. Completely encircled, the faces of the thugs began to show the first signs of panic. Nobody spoke a word, Mion included. That made everything completely unnatural, and depending on which side you were on, completely terrifying. Oh yeah, no, I mean this is a really old visual novel, so like it makes sense, but it is so old. It's like this is definitely like mid 2000s era. Only the thugs' voices echoed out like they were screaming. Somebody took a step forward, closing the gap between them. As they did, everybody else took a step forward, shrinking the circle. The hoodlums went pale as they were pushed together, back to back, while still yelling angrily. They were trying to string together vulgarities, but for some reason, it sounded like they were crying out for help. Alright, what's going on here? What's going on? It was sudden. A solidly built officer cut his way through the crowd. At some point, 2 police cars had arrived. Some passerby had undoubtedly called for them. Several burly officers appeared from inside the second vehicle. Oh, officer, good timing. There you go, the extortionist caught red-handed. Please arrest them. The fuck? This brat's the one that's wrong here. Mion, returning to her usual self, was nonchalantly pointing out the hoodlums to the police. Of course, the thugs were furious. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. It was their loss. Okay, there's the fly. It disappeared already. There it is. Okay, hold on. Come on. Alright, the fly is no longer going to shank me. It's official. Okay. Come over here for a sec. Come on already. The officers handcuffed the thugs and dragged them towards their patrol cars. The fuck? Let me go! What the victims here? Are you listening, damn it? No matter how much of a ruckus they caused, the officer paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, they were crammed inside the two vehicles. They could still be heard yelling while inside the police cars, but what they were saying was no longer intelligible. Are you alright? Are you injured? He was probably a detective. The man leading the police peered at my face. No, not really. Well, that's a bit of a silver lining then. Well then, have a good year. The portly man, after taking a quick look around, addressed the crowd. Thank you, citizens, for your timely reports. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to keep the peace today. It's a wonderful thing.
Thank you for your hard work, Detective Oishi. As a citizen, I thank you for your daily efforts. It's an honor for a detective from the 1st Division to come out all this way.
The way Shion talked didn't have a very pleasant tone. It was a coincidence. I happened to hear the call over my radio on the way back from the prefectural office. I just made a little detour.
Please keep up the good work. I pray for success in your future endeavors.
Aw, shucks. It's a good thing there were no injuries, though. Oishi-san! We're done here. Let's go. Well then, have a good year. I'm sorry, could you make way?
The detective named Oishi, after jovially making pleasantries, lumbered over to the waiting police car. It quickly set off, disappearing down the city street. It was over so quickly.
So quickly, I was dumbstruck. I didn't even get to ask the officer what was going on.
It was like they came here quickly to disperse the mob before any trouble could start.
After making sure the police cars had left, Mion snapped her fingers sharply.
Alright, that's a wrap. Don't come back.
That was the signal.
The tension melted away in an instant as everybody began smiling. A middle-aged man helped me up.
Are you okay, young Maibara? Next time, pick your fights a bit better. It's not like I wanted to fight.
Are you hurt anywhere? If you hit your head, it would be a good idea to get an x-ray taken.
An older lady I didn't know the name of was concerned about my injury.
You were lucky this happened right in front of the station when it was busy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather as many people. Next time, be more careful. City kids these days are pretty unruly.
I was even warned by the old lady in the smock. As Shion finished applauding the dispersing group for their efforts, she strode over to me.
Well, you're pretty good, Kei-chan. But I also think you should be more careful about who you pick a fight with.
Thanks, Mion. You saved my bacon there.
Like I said, I'm Shion.
She made a troubled expression as she turned her gaze downward, blushing in embarrassment.
I heard from my sister. That first seal keychain was yours, Kei-chan?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was just heading to the restaurant. And you ended up feeling so excited that you got mixed up in something weird. Now it was my turn for my face to go red. I didn't want to admit that she was spot on. Well, I was just unlucky, but you really saved me, Shion.
You don't have to thank me. So, if you see somebody else getting bullied, help them out, okay? We value that kind of thing very highly here.
I was well versed in that sense of camaraderie. But the way I was rescued just now, something seemed a little off about that. While I was helped out, it was honestly to an almost disturbing degree.
You're coming to the restaurant, right? You must be tired, so why don't you relax for a bit? My treat.
Seems that she caught the glimmer of suspicion in my eyes. Without waiting for my answer, Shion began walking. Shion, to the rescue! Is this chapter over? Or... Oh no. After cooling off a bit inside the restaurant, little by little, I realized I was still on edge. There were spots here and there on my body that hurt, probably because I had been so stiff with nervousness. Shion, who had changed into her uniform, brought over 2 glasses of iced coffee.
Here you go, iced coffee on the house. Just bring this coupon with you to the register and it'll be no charge.
My patheticness really knew no bounds. But since she went through the trouble, I might as well take her up on the offer. Even though it started out as such a lovely day, I had to get carried away and do that stupid thing. I had completely ruined it. But really, you really saved my hide there. I really come to see you as reliable.
Even I was scared. But Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best.
While a little embarrassed by what she just said, Shion made a show of folding her arms boldly. Shion, really, thank you. I was thinking Shion, but I really wanted to thank Mion. Mion, really, thank you.
Now, cheer up a little. If you feel indebted, then when you have the chance, you should help somebody in need.
Like, for example, if I'm ever in trouble.
Please come and save me.
Yeah, of course. It's a promise.
You absolutely have to.
Taking advantage of my words, she seemed happy about my promise.
So if I'm ever in trouble, Kei-chan will come and save me. I hope trouble comes soon.
You finally smiled. She said as she smiled back herself, poking me in the cheek.
A downtrodden Kei-chan is as good as an imposter. Come on, smile, smile.
that tickles. Stop. Thanks to Shion's meddling, I finally cheered up a little. All the muscles in my body that stiffened because of the incident finally began to relax a little.
When you're in a better mood, don't you get a little hungry?
I'm kind of hungry, so I want to eat some pancakes or something.
You want some too, Kei-chan?
I wanted to show a little restraint, but restraint really wasn't my thing. That's why I replied without any.
You're good, right? I'm pretty picky when it comes to pancakes.
Wait, that's me. They're good, right? I'm pretty picky when it comes to pancakes.
Don't worry, our pancakes have a pretty good reputation.
Shion ordered some pancakes from a nearby waitress. An employee ordering from another employee seems kind of weird. Hey, speaking of that, wasn't Shion in the middle of a shift? She's just been slacking off while talking to me.
I told my uncle that you saved me when I was surrounded by hoodlums, so he's rewarding you. So I have the manager's permission.
That's exactly the opposite of what happened. Is that alright?
It's perfectly fine.
By the time the pancakes arrived, we had entered into a relaxed conversation. As the two of us ate pancakes, we livened up the mood with some chit-chat. About what was on TV, celebrities, that kind of thing. Hobbies, food, really nothing more than idle chit-chat. Talking together like this, I once became conscious of Shion being a girl. Hey now, that's funny talk, Keiichi Maibara. Shion and Mion are the same person. If there's anything different between them, it was only whether or not Mion admitted she was Mion. But given that, how come our conversation was this different?
Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you?
That's not true. If she were a guy, I'd punch the living daylights out of her.
I think the reason you guys get along so well is because you have that kind of platonic relationship. That's a pretty rare and enviable thing to have, don't you think?
I don't get what you're saying, but really would be a waste to treat her like a girl.
Hey, Kei-chan, that's sexist.
Hearing the word sexist was cause for introspection. What was I prejudiced against Mion and Shion for? Mion was Mion. She was the best friend a guy could have, no reservations, and head and shoulders above me when it came to club activities. If I had met her 5 years earlier, my life would have probably been a lot more fun. Of this, I had no doubt. Then, what about Shion? She was Mion's little sister, and it hadn't even been 3 days since we met. Her relationship was much more distant, as the only thread we had in common was that I knew her sister. And for Shion, it was the same. I was somebody she met 3 days ago only because I was a friend of her sister's. The difference between Mion and Shion... friendliness? Familiarity? Playing around with those unclear thoughts for a while, I had stopped listening to Shion.
Hypothetically, okay? Are you listening?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening.
This is just an,
I hate when they do that. I know it's grammatically correct, but like, if you actually say the H, like, I personally think it shouldn't exist. It's kind of like, what was it? It's kind of like, oh, the comma rule is dumb. Oxford comma is the way to go always with that, but
this is just a hypothetical question, okay? Both me and my sister are in trouble, okay? We're dangling off the side of a cliff. Which one of us do you save? You can only save one.
She wasn't saying it to tease me, but it had a playful tone behind her voice. That's not a nice question. I want to save you both, but I can't do that, right?
Right. You can only save either Shion or Mion. Who do you save?
If it were Mion, I don't think she'd be in that situation in the first place, as it's something she could easily get out of herself. But what about the normal, frail Shion? I guess I'd have no choice.
It's not my sister, right?
If Mion and Shion were different people, I suppose it would come to that. I couldn't confirm nor deny it. She should have been smiling, but her gaze was locked firmly to mine.
In other words, that's it, isn't it? My sister is... Huh. Sorry, I messed up what I was trying to say.
Shion was trying to talk in a lighthearted manner, but I felt that there was something more behind her words. Was Mion trying to tell me something through Shion? Not being able to put a finger on exactly what it was vexing. Shion, to hide her embarrassment, turned the conversation around.
More importantly, just now, were you surprised when everybody kept on showing up?
Of course I was. If it were Reina or Satoko, that would have been one thing. But for all those people, young and old together, they were all from Hinamizawa, right?
Yeah, that's right. Everybody in Hinamizawa is pretty close-knit.
An enemy of one is the enemy of all. Nobody is going to look on from the sidelines.
They're a pretty reliable group of residents.
If somebody is being picked on, then everybody unites to get rid of the bully. It kind of sounds like the Mafia or the Yakuza's brand of unity.
You shouldn't say something like that. It's something you should be thankful for. You were saved by that unity, weren't you? Never forget to show your appreciation.
I half-heartedly agreed. I knew full well I should be appreciative. Everybody really is close-knit, aren't they?
Maybe it's because of tradition? Hinamizawa has been in danger of becoming a ghost town on several occasions. There's been a lot of history of the villagers... There's been a history of the villagers uniting together each time to fight for the village's continued existence. For example, Kei-chan, did you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project?
Hinamizawa Dam project? Let's see... I feel like I've heard somebody talk about it before.
About 10 years ago, there was a sudden proposal to build a dam here, which would have submerged Hinamizawa underwater.
Oh, that story. I think I heard my dad talk about that. But I'm pretty sure that plan was canceled, right?
We made them cancel it. Everybody banded together. So that was a well-earned victory.
That sounded pretty much like the story I heard. The protests intensified to the point where it was featured in newspapers and magazines. As a result, the plan was suspended.
The whole story with the dams apparently started before I was born. At first, the proposal was only for exploratory purposes. Or a small dam to control erosion. But then, the cat was let out of the bag. If it were completed, it would have been the biggest dam in Japan. Not just Hinamizawa, but several villages upstream would have been submerged as well. The protests immediately began. Petitions to cancel or relocate the project were drafted and submitted to the Diet.
Oh yeah, this is still quotes.
They even went so far as to get the Ministry of Construction in Tokyo to hand over a direct appeal to the minister. The previous landowner sued the government, stating there were inconsistencies in the purchase agreement and the transaction should be nullified. Owners of yet unacquired land split their properties, increasing the number of landowners in order to stifle the project. It was all very precious when the land acquisition was still about the money. Eventually, they started relying on eminent domain in order to seize land. It started at that point. The riot police began to get violent.
Riot police? You mean the police? Why would they act violent?
They punched. They kicked. There was a time I was hit. Right around here, I think. My skin split open and a whole lot of blood spilled out.
Saying that, Shion indicated her temple by poking at it. What happened to the police? Filing a complaint against the riot police for police brutality would seem kind of strange for some reason. Naturally, they wouldn't pay heed to something like that. You wouldn't be able to establish proof on who exactly hit you, and they could justify their actions by saying you were interfering with police duties.
My nana went off like a firework.
I just wanna... Where's my heist? Where's my heist?
My nana went off like a firework. After that, it was amazing. Like a full-scale war. We weren't just going to sit by and idly file complaints.
Sadie joined the hunt. Bad roll. Bad sloth. we went on the offensive. First, in order to call attention to the government, they filed a temporary injunction in court. Then, in order to gain public support, they called in prominent scientists to state that Hinamizawa was a valuable nature preserve. They pressured the prefectural and municipal assemblies, saying that the prefectural governor ignored his constituents when he approved the project and demanded his resignation. They completely and thoroughly denounced him. Naturally, in Hinamizawa, a ferocious conflict worthy of being called the Dam War began. In order to suppress the police's brutality, they coordinated with the network channels and exposed the violence of the riot squad members to the public. On top of that, they put together a special expose themed around the government repressing the citizens and aired it nationally. It worked wonders. Following that, the SWAT teams had their hands cuffed. Day after day, the petitions and demonstrations continued. Propaganda was used to help garner support. The circle of support gradually expanded outwards from Hinamizawa. Either that bore fruit, or the government finally decided against it. It was announced that the dam project was indefinitely suspended just a few years ago. We did everything we could. The entire village banded together and fought. At that time, we were desperate. But now that it's over, it's actually become a pretty good memory. The villagers' feelings of solidarity and unity still haven't faded. Shion said that as she focused off into the distance. I felt that those eyes weren't filled with anguish, but rather a sense of pride. That kind of solidarity is pretty nice. You don't see it too often. Bridging the generation gap and unifying the region. I think so too. The dam project was a trial. I think that just the fact we were able to overcome it is huge. The fear I was feeling until just now gradually began to fade. When people began to show up one after the other while I was engaged with those thugs, I thought it was frightening. And we both live, yay! But now I felt from the bottom of my heart that I had been rude. The villagers prepared to defend their homeland to the death. The sense of solidarity that fostered. It might seem impudent to say this, but I was a little jealous. If I had been in Hinamizawa when the protest against the dam was going on, I might have been able to share in that sense of solidarity. Kei-chan, you weren't here at the time, so I don't think you can fully feel the solidarity in the village. But everybody shares it. Thoroughly. Even with somebody who just moved here like you, Kei-chan. She couldn't have been more right. So many people got together to help me out when I just moved here. Even though they were strangers whose names I didn't even know. A hot feeling began welling up inside of me. When I lived in the city, I didn't even know my own neighbors. I thought that was natural. But here, that was an absurd and pathetic thing. Even though I thought of them as strangers, all the other villagers viewed me as a comrade. Happiness and warmth. I was acutely aware of those feelings as they gradually welled up inside me. So, Nozaki-san, the manager wants you to work the floor. A more senior waitress waved her hand and called out to Shion. It seemed like it was the time for work. Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, looks like I have to get to work now. It's fine. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun. Oh, are you going home? Yeah. My mom gets fussy if I'm not home by dinner time. It seemed that Shion wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Like we hadn't talked enough, that kind of feeling. Looking at that expression, I regretted saying something that had disappointed Mion like that. I was about to say that I could stay for a little bit longer when Shion got up from her seat. Here, if you use the coupon, it should cover the pancakes as well. Saying that, she showed me a coupon booklet as she tore out a few sheets and handed them to me. Convenient, isn't it? It's a perk I get on top of my salary. It's okay. I can pay for the pancakes myself. Hey. Being so reserved doesn't fit you, Kei-chan. If I were my sister, you would have gladly let me pay for it. She said as she laughed, gently stopping me from opening my wallet. Being told so with such an encouraging smile really resounded with me. Sonozaki-san! Sorry, could you take care of the register?
Yes, right away. Later.
Today was fun. Oh, that definitely got messed up. There should be... That's an interesting typo. I don't think I've ever seen a missing quotation mark like that. That's actually really interesting. Alright, hold on, give me a second. I've never seen that kind of a typo. It's so weird. Saying that, Shion smiled one more time at me. Oh, Mion. Thanks a lot for today. I owe you one. If you really think that, then return the favor. I'm looking forward to it. After I said it, I realized I mistakenly called her Mion. I didn't know if she realized it or not. Nighttime. Lazing around and watching television after dinner was part of my daily routine. It might seem like a waste at first glance, but you could say it was an important time when I was able to accrue knowledge of everything from politics to economics to various trivia. After dinner was valuable time well spent while the brain was at its most supplied with nutrients. You idiot! It's obvious that Tokyo Tower is taller. Ah! Today, tested my knowledge of trivia by watching my weekly quiz show. Sitting in front of the television, I was able to get a lot of the answers right. But if I were actually up on stage, I'd probably fail miserably. Keiichi! Phone call from Sonozaki-san. Okay. Sonozaki? It's Mion. It's a little late for her to be calling. I had a bad feeling about this. I had a hunch it was something to do with club activities. She was probably going to inform me about what we were doing tomorrow. This was Mion we're talking about. She might even go so far as to say we're doing club activities right now, so hurry up and come over. By the way, it was 8 p.m. Hello? No way we're having a club battle right now. Huh? That's not it. I mean, it was Mion, but it was a very un-Mion-like way of talking. Huh? Could it be? Sorry. Could it be you're not Mion, but Shion?
That's right. Good evening. I'm sorry for calling so late.
For Mion, this would have been an ill-fittingly polite way of talking, but since it was Shion, it was natural. Even though they were both the same person. With a dry smile, I enjoyed that mysterious feeling. No, it's fine. What's up?
Kei-chan, do you like sweets, like cakes or desserts?
There's no way I hated them. I'm an unabashed glutton.
That's great. Actually, there's a new dessert contest this summer.
Looks like they have a new dessert menu every season.
So they were hiring taste testers for potential desserts. The desserts at Angel Mort have a good reputation. It's pretty difficult to get accepted as a taste tester. I'll get right to the point. Ta-da!
You say ta-da, but I can't see over the phone. Still, could it be...
That's right. I have a taste testing ticket right here. If you don't mind sweets, how about it?
When you say how about it, you basically mean... With that ticket, I can eat all the new desserts I want? They say to beware of honey pots, but this is sweeter than any pot of honey. All you can eat free dessert? No way.
If you're okay with that, I'll register you as a taste tester. When you come to the restaurant tomorrow, just give the person in charge your name. And everything will work out.
When you say everything will work out, you mean all you can eat? For free?
Yeah, it's free. It's quite a bit, so I recommend you come hungry.
This was such a delectable opportunity, it was almost scary. This was really Shion, right? It wasn't Mion posing as Shion in order to bait me into a trap, was it? What am I saying? They're the same person. Yeah, I know exactly what you're thinking, Kei-chan. You're thinking this is too good to be true, right? I mean, I would never.
I heard from my sister, but you're really somebody who can't tell a lie. I'm not averse to somebody like that.
Shion laughed with a voice that sounded a lot like how Mion would laugh. It's not like I was intending on it, but it just so happens that my shift early.
It's not like I was intending on it, but it just so happens that my shift ends early tomorrow. If it's not a bother, I thought maybe we could spend a little time together after I'm done.
Your shift ends early tomorrow?
Yeah. So while you take your time eating dessert, I'll finish up.
Well, I didn't have any plans anyway. I don't mind hanging out with you for a bit.
It's not like we have to go anywhere. I was thinking we could cool off in the evening while we take a walk.
There was no reason for me to refuse. Out of courtesy, I might as well take her up on her offer.
By the way, Kei-chan, you and I have been meeting up every day, haven't we?
Now that you say it, I guess we have.
Since you said it okay, we have an excuse to meet again tomorrow.
Huh? What was Mion saying?
Kei-chan, your voice just cracked. What's the matter?
It wasn't a video phone, but she could tell I was beet red.
Well then, you should definitely come tomorrow. I'll take my leave here. Good night.
Good night. Shion finished with what she had called to say, ended the conversation without any chit-chat. When I returned to the living room after hanging up the phone, the TV was already off and my mom was sleeping in the rocking chair. Not feeling like turning the TV back on, I went back upstairs and returned to my room. I've only been receiving favors from Shion, haven't I? She brought me a bento and saved me when I got involved with those thugs. Oh, I needed to. That's what I've heard about. But she brought me a bento and saved me when I got involved with those thugs. She was supposed to be a different person so I could thank Mion at school. Come to think of it, she'd probably just say she'll pass it on to her sister. I have to thank Shion directly. Tomorrow, I'll have to repay her somehow. And that should be the end of the chapter, because usually it ends with the day, so. You have received a new tip. Details of the Delinquent 3. Alright, and we continue on. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion said anything. I've been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made a point of leaving half my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger.
Keiichi-kun, you seem kind of happy today. Did something good happen? Did it?
I guess it was obvious. Reina had questioned me with a happy look. That's right, why don't I invite Reina for dessert as well? No. If I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Reina be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever. Yeah, I got a little lucky. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Reina, you'll definitely be jealous.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is it? What is it? I'm jealous. I'm jealous. This lucky thing. Is it cute? Is it?
Cute? I wonder what Reina would think of the uniforms at Angel Mort. They'd definitely be a critical hit. Probably. It's probably pretty cute.
What? I'm jelly. What is it? What is it?
What kind of fortune were you blessed with? Huh? Could it be you participated in the draw at Angel Mort about 2 months ago and won? Hey now, I hadn't even transferred here 2 months ago. Oh, that's right. Then it's not the Angel's Dessert Festa then.
Mi-chan, what is the Angel's Dessert Festa exactly?
You know there's that family restaurant called Angel Mort right by Okinomiya Station. Every season they hold an event to promote their new dessert menu. That's today. Oh, it's no use going. The restaurant is reserved for people who won the draw. Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night.
Reina will have to stop by the restaurant sometime. I'll do my best to draw a winning ticket and aim to enter the next all-you-can-eat event.
Ah, knock yourself out. By the way, this is just something I heard, but there's a rumor that the tickets are being sold on the black market for a pretty penny. Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased again. Thanks. I didn't know it was worth so much. I whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly. What? Did you say something? It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today, I'll thank Mion while she's Shion. Well then, this old man will take his leave here. The work today is going to be a little rough. Later! Mion waved her hand energetically as she left.
Hey, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan has been kind of weird lately. Like she's elated or something.
What? You think so? Well, Reina was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Reina apparently felt something different.
You don't know, Keiichi-kun? I totally thought you knew.
Reina's skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile. Know what exactly? I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't really know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Reina paid it no heed.
Oh, really? I wonder what it is then. When Michan is in a good mood, so is Reina. Oh.
Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Reina was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicada seemed joyful. But, you see, Reina abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a more somber one.
You see, Michan, lately, she's been in a lot of pain.
What do you mean, pain? The pain that Reina was talking about probably wasn't physical.
At first, she tried to pretend it wasn't a big deal, but like a wound, it began to fester and grow. Eventually, she was no longer able to bear the pain and woke up in the middle of the night. And then she phoned Reina. Michan was crying.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Huh? What is Reina talking about? What?
Hey, don't play dumb like that. Just now you said,
I don't know. I don't know. Reina doesn't know anything. How?
Reina spun as she laughed innocently. Eventually she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her hand against the wall.
How? The room is spinning.
That was dumb. That's what you get for getting carried away and spinning like that.
Sorry. How? I think I feel sick.
I'll lend the ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Reina, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic Reina had brought up before never arrived. Meh. Alright. I still don't have it. The one person I had up is offline already. I'm like, oh man, there's nobody on. Alright. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go to Angel Mort. It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally ho! Angel Mort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert Festa today, admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy, instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I can't type as I'm reading. No. It's okay. Whoa! Perfect roll. Nice. I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps down to the restaurant. We're gonna get lucky with the slots? Absolutely not.
Are you a participant? You have a ticket?
Yeah. Well, I was lucky. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. What is going on? The reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. So it's like that, huh? Seems like I should have invited Reina and the others. Thanks for the tip. But I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out once, like the souls of the damned seeking succor. That ticket can admit up to 4 people. Please bring us with you. What selfish people. This is the only reason they were crowded in front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out for me like the teeth on a giant rake and grasped at the air. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. What a heartless dick. Grab him! This isn't something to joke about! I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door. But inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew that I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle. Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mort. Due to today's dessert festa, the restaurant is reserved to customers who won the draw. Could I ask for your name and ticket? I don't have a ticket, but it should be on the guest list. Maibara. There it is. I'm sorry, but may I please have your full name? Keiichi Maibara. My apologies for the inconvenience. You're here by special invitation, right? I'll show you to your seat. Please, this way. The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived. Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mort. Hey, Shion. Thanks so much for today. I really appreciate it. You were a bit late, so I was getting worried. I'm really happy you came, though. It may have been because the other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile. As you can see, there's a lot of customers here today. I'm not sure I'll be able to take a break. And please take your time and relax until I'm finished. When I'm done, let's go play somewhere, okay? Whispering just that last part into my ear, Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter. Keiichi! Getting the hots for Shion now. Sorry to keep you waiting. While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. Dude, the typos are coming out full force now. Shmeon. On top of that, all of it was plenty delicious. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience, there are absolutely no gaps in their repertoire. No matter how you look at it, I don't think one person can eat this much. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. It didn't feel relaxing in here at all. Probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated dishes, And it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. It piques my interest, so I started listening in on their conversation, and what things I heard. Angel Mort, so moe. Me? I bought my ticket for 70,000 on redacted auctions. I told its works that I was attending a relative's funeral. Uniforms here are the greatest. I wonder if the waitress would wipe it for me if I spilled some water on my pants, right? Meow. Meow, meow. I heard they're planning on selling Angel Mort figures. We'll have to pay heed at the next Wonder Festival. Hey, Tato, how's it going? Hope you're well today. We're at, like, I don't know, the sleazy part. We're getting some free desserts, and, yeah, all the guys around are just, man. They sells used Angel Mort uniforms on the 4th floor of Redacted in Akiba. Hope you're doing well today, Tato. But these cost 280,000. This is an absurd price. Animal costs 80,000. When Broba closed down, the going rate for theirs was 12,000. That's the price for used ones. Knockoffs are less than half of that. A knockoff from Redacted is fine with me. I wonder if they'll start selling them. Then I'll put on my life-size figure I did buy off of Redacted for several 100,000. If I can wake up every day to an angel from Angel, that'll really get my gears going. The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. But they still keenly convey that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality. My friends, this is what we call... These people are what we would call simps. Sorry to keep you waiting. Next dessert is Tropical Cinnamon Love Affair. Huh? Does something matter? No. It's just... It's kind of different inside the restaurant today. Our restaurant is pretty famous in their circles. Well, we were aiming for that, so it's all well and good. But during festas, there's something of the more hardcore crowd, so it can be a handful. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile. The customers seem rather riled up, almost like a pack of hyenas. Seems a lot of the customers today came from unreasonably far away. Those types of people are fairly prone to losing their self-control, so it's a little scary. If you don't keep your guard up, something bad can happen. What did she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. That actually scared me a little bit. Not gonna lie, that caught me off guard. I actually almost like straight up jumped right there. I'm doing this. You were playing wrestling last night. You got on like right as I was heading to bed, so I couldn't watch. I was interested in what you were playing last night though. You guys should check him out though. Good buddy. All right. Oh yeah, we got scared from the crashing plate noise. I turned around, startled to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Wait, isn't that Shion? I'm so sorry. Your food is, Oh, what have you done? The jeans that I bought at a certain specialty shop for a whole 1,800 yen are all sticky with frosting. What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy. How tragic. It seems that little Miss Waitress here will have to wipey it up from the bottom of her heart. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey? Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that obviously aberrant tent he had pitched over his crotch? But that is, wipey. The wipey chant quickly spread throughout the room. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. So Nozaki-san was tripped. Customers who do that to purposely get their clothes dirty have been on the rise lately. So you're saying she was tripped? Then what happened just now wasn't an accident? It was on purpose? The regular girls are careful about it, so they definitely won't end up like that. But Sonozaki-san is only a seasonal hire, so she had her guard down. The customers today could easily pick up on that, so she's been targeted since this morning. What's the manager doing? He should just kick those thugs out. We're not in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. Oh, we're in the service industry. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Shion trembled uncontrollably with the dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch on full display. Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers. Come! Is the time for the wipey. From my male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but from a woman's point of view, this is obviously pure humiliation. When I was trapped by those thugs and had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to them and saved me. Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partly to blame for this. And it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? Oh, no, you better not do nothing. Even these guys, they were just going to jeer her in a bit of a lewd situation. It's not like they were going to eat Shion alive or anything. No! Damn it, what are you doing? It'd be alright if I just consoled her afterwards. No! Even I was scared. But Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best. When I, a man, was being assailed by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, Shion saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy degenerates were trying to pin the blame on Shion. This time, our roles were reversed. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi Maibara? At that time, Mion, didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then, what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her? Now, resign yourself to your fate! Shut up, you greasy fat ass. Get out of here before I get angry. I grasped Shion's shoulder and firmly pulled her behind. I grasped Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me. Kei-chan? It seems you don't understand. Yonder waitress was the one who wet mine pants. This is her punishment. The one who needs punishing is you! Enough with the empty words. If you're a man, talk with your fists. Thud smash! My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my own seat. This guy is strong? No matter how you look at it, Athletic and this Lardo aren't even in the same area code. Many otaku are unexpectedly well versed in some obscure martial art. Don't be misunderestimating us. The man smirked, showing off his gum line.
Kei-chan, are you okay?
Damn it! How lame must I look right now? You were tripped, weren't you, Shion? They're the ones in the wrong here, so don't let them take advantage of you.
That may be, but it was still my fault.
Whoa! One more time! Let's do it! Snap, thud, crash! Don't you go thinking that this is enough to make me give up! One more time! Whack, snap, thunk! Ho 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 ho! You're all talk. I'm not done yet! Rise, my will to fight! Ah! Not just running, I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that viscous flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly, like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that, with a smirk on his face, the fatso easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion, wrapped around my whiffed punch, and descended in an arc. The arm swung around like the arms of a clock, and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation. Combining defense and offense, it was a brilliant counter. That's right, 3 times. I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this viscous region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment I was, that sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Crash! You lack training, young man. I was loath to admit it, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win through force of will alone. After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat. Thankfully you weren't injured. A more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over.
Are you okay? Doing that all for my sake. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I wasn't much help. I've never won a fight before.
No, you're just trying to help make me happy. I'm not joking. It's just that I was thinking that it was lucky Kei-chan came here today.
As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding in her hands. Sonozaki-san, you can take a break now. You still have 1 or 2 more hours left, don't you?
No, it's fine. Even though it's just part-time, it's still a paying job. I want to work properly while I'm on the clock. So really, you don't have to worry about me.
She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality.
Kei-chan, don't mind me. Please eat as much dessert as you can. When you're done, we'll have you fill out a survey. Well then, I've got to get back to the floor.
After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitress started to head back to work. That's where I stopped her. Excuse me, could I borrow your phone?
The phone?
It's by the register. I'll show you where. I pulled a 10 yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now was not the time for tears. I had to fight. If I recall, one ticket is good for up to 4 people, right? Is it alright if I call over 3 more people?
Yes, that's fine. For the time being, I'll write them down on the guest list. Could I have their names?
I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to that humiliation. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is that I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away his pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history. Please add Reina Ryugu, Satoko Hojo, and Rika Furude to the guest list.
Understood, I'll do that.
I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes. You fat asses. Prepare to meet your maker!
This is a nice restaurant. Oh, the uniforms are cute. Reina wants to wear them too. Oh. On top of that, we're being treated to dessert. I'm deeply moved.
Yeah, eat as much as you'd like. Don't worry about my share.
Keiichi-san, enough with the charades. Let's get to the point.
Reina and Rika-chan put down their forks when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly into the table. I beg of you. I don't care if you make fun of how pathetic I am. Please lend me your strength. The 3 of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior.
Oh, what's the matter? Something happened, didn't it? Didn't it?
Actually, Mion's younger sister Shion is working part-time at this restaurant.
Ah, that little sister you were talking about, right? Could it be her? Could it? She resembles her. Resemble? That's just Mion with her hair down, isn't it?
I didn't know what to say.
If Keiichi says that's Shion, then that's Shion. They might be twins, but can they really look that much alike? They're called monozygotic twins. They really can look identical.
Reina gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced. Well then, do you believe me? I'll get to the point then. I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also, how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it.
That's awful. Poor Shi-chan. However, for you to be unable to help her, there should be a limit to how unsightly you can be.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Satoko-chan, To admit that you lost and to seek help is a very difficult thing to do. Keiichi-kun chose to help Shi-chan rather than save his pride. So pathetic.
Reina's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there was no malign intentions behind her words.
Then what should we do?
Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika-chan's suggestive silence in kind, with my own quiet resolve.
Well, I thought it would be something like that. It is a bit much for Keiichi-san to handle alone.
Huh? Then you'll help?
Of course, Keiichi-kun. We'll help anybody who's being bullied.
I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs. I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs. What Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maibara, now was not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight! Sorry, I owe you one.
You tried your best but didn't stand a chance alone. How sad. How sad.
Oh wait, that was Rika. See, it's so hard to know who's talking when all of their mouths are open, man. Rika-chan gently pat my head for me. But there was no mindless pity in the palm of that hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feeling of leave the rest to us. Mion can't join us due to various circumstances, so I'll temporarily be taking command. Our strategy will revolve around Shion's defense and extermination of the enemy's combat capability.
Who's the enemy? Are there a lot of them?
From this point forward, anybody who messes with Shion shall be considered an enemy combatant. There are no rules of engagement. Compensation will be the dessert you just ate. Any questions? Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring around inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Rika-chan held up her hand. What is it, Rika-chan?
Do we have to show mercy? Of course we don't have to. We have no need to show mercy to the rabble that would dare lay a finger on Mion's little sister. Then it's okay, Keiichi?
Wait.
Then it's okay, Keiichi?
Rika-chan was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. I'm counting on you, Rika-chan. I, Keiichi Maibara, shall assume all responsibility. Rout them.
Alrighty. Mina's going to do her best too.
Sorry. Please do.
Keiichi-san, you don't have to be so tense. Well, just wait and see. By the time you finish that parfait, we'll have finished cleaning up too. Well then, everyone. Let's give it our all. Go for it. Yay!
Yay! Thus, the most powerful warband the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader. But when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everybody besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring. Sonozaki-san, 5 deluxe parfaits for table 7.
Sure thing.
Shion carried the order to the tables. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort, and she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. Heh, comrades, here she comes yet again. This time we'll have her spill everything on my pants and have her wipey right down to my underwear. It was the same wipey scheme that had occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack. Reina, this is Keiichi. Ambush them around tables 5 and 6. Reina, do you copy?
The restaurant's uniforms, so cute. Oh, I want to take them home.
Hey, Acid, hope you're having a good one. Hope you've got good plans for your stream. What is good, my man? Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Reina. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Reina was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a henhouse. But when it comes to Reina, things are different. Cute mode, 120% synchronization. We've won. When Reina's in that state, even the laws of physics don't apply. Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags. Now, my comrades! Heil mein Führer, shining Lucifer, the Harumi Mecha. Oh, that's not a line I want to repeat. A leg snaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egads, 3 of them at once! That. Yeah? Oh! It happened in an instant. The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles. Ah! What is this madness? Reina teetered into view and gave them a warning. Warning?
How? No mischief, okay? No means no. No! Reina's going to be the one to take her home.
This girl. What's with that strange technique? The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed out.
That's a Reina-san. No matter how many times I see it, it's always frighteningly quick.
Yeah, it's an unbreakable barrier. Anyone within a 2-meter radius who attacks Shion is completely obliterated by Reina. As Shion was making rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands.
Oh, Keiichi-kun, this is Reina. There's nobody left that'll bother Shi-chan. So I'm going to take her home now.
Reina, this is Keiichi. Good work. Please continue the mission. Also, permission to take home denied. Repeat. I repeat. Permission to take home denied.
Then I'll just look. How?
I guess just looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by the bruises. Currently, we have finished identifying all enemy forces. Proceeding to the next phase. Satoko, this is Keiichi. What's your status?
This is Satoko. That's a rude way to ask. Keiichi-san, exactly who do you think I am?
Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with order chits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts.
Hey, what are you doing? Now. Sonozaki-san, it's alright. Just leave it to her.
More importantly, we're taking all these orders out at once, so I'm counting on you. The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once.
Oh, lots of cute desserts are coming. Oh.
I think you know this, but don't touch them. At least, if you still value your life.
I know, but... Oh...
Certainly, they were all incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you can enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of that fact were the men now stuffing their faces. This is... Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong. Satoko, what did you mix in there? It couldn't have been salt or Tabasco, right? My, what are you saying, Keiichi-san? You said no mercy. I might not look like it. When I get down to business, I like to be very thorough. As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it away smartly into her pouch. Rika, this is Satoko. The customers are moving. Escort duty is all yours. Leave it to me. Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika-chan anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Clatter, clatter. Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. That restless fidgeting, and that look of relief when they found the single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on that placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs. Ugh, I think I was a little too greedy. Where's the washroom? You too. Not a number one, but a number two. I need to cash out, meow. Where's the toilet? I found it. You're in for it now. I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of men to the washroom. The narrow hallway connecting to the restroom was crammed with about 10 men. What is this? As I peered over to see what was happening, whoa! It seemed that the toilet was clogged and backflowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. There was no way to use it in this state. Damn, that's Satoko. What a frightening display of power! No. This wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up. I can't do my business like this! What do we do, meow, comrades? It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there was one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that. Meow, that it's come to this. It's time for the last resort. Faced with the moral dilemma, that man had only one other option. Women's restroom. Isn't using the girls' room going to get us in trouble? I'm pretty sure there's no female customers today. Why didn't I think of that before? Women's toilets are the best. What a brazen bunch they are. The men, sweat now pouring from the brows, made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation. Me? Yeah! There was a girl there. It was Rika-chan. The men stood there, frozen in various complicated poses, indicating their surprise. Rika-chan also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. But the look on her face was strangely perfect. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika-chan. I should never underestimate you. Did you see, mademoiselle? Me? The men's room is a bit dangerous at the moment, so we just want to borrow the toilet here, right? Meow. Meow? Me. But I guess it's not right after all. Right, my comrades? just by having a girl stand there in the restroom. I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika-chan out of the way and to try to do their business. This is the most they could do after all. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they would plow through Rika-chan without a second thought. Now what are you going to do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid. If you're in trouble, I can help you. That would be much appreciated. How would you do that? Oh, that was her thing.
You can use one of the toilets outside. I'll show you to them.
That would be perfect. Please. Oh my god, this is awful. At this rate, you'll end up becoming the group enema puree. Rika-chan, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture. Mademoiselle, is the toilet far from here?
We'll get there soon.
Obeying Rika-chan's directions, they were about to leave the restaurant.
Keiichi-kun, finish it. Give him hell.
Yeah, leave it to me. Spread my arms out and block them as they try to leave the restaurant. What is the meaning of this? We're at DEFCON 1 here! Listen up, you tubs of lard. You know what happens if you even set 1 foot outside this door, right? What is the meaning of the preposterous statement?
Look, it's written right here on the ticket. Not valid for re-entry. See? You're free to use any toilet you want. But the moment you step outside that door, you can't come back.
Boom! You remember this?
I don't want to guide anybody who says scary things like that.
Everybody panicked as Rika-chan began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
Thank you very much for coming.
We shall return! Clang, clang. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them. That time it was an ant.
How pathetic. Too easy. We did it. Yay!
Reina and Satoko clapped their hands together. Whew. I couldn't hold a candle to those guys by myself, but when we get the group together, we send them packing like a herd of cattle.
With opponents this week, any of us could take them on by ourselves. Keiichi-san, you need to up your game.
I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it. One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them.
But I'm really glad we were able to protect Mi-chan's little sister. Now there's none of those bad people who are pulling pranks left.
You're blessed to have such wonderful friends, Sonozaki-san. The veteran waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
You did that? For me? I mean...
Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
Whoa, Shi-chan is cute! They really are twins! Ow!
Given Shion's personality, there's no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her. I think you know this already, but Sonozaki-san is very grateful. As a representative of the floor staff here, I also extend my gratitude. The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika-chan made her return. Oh, good work. Did everything go alright? You took a while.
I'm sorry. I got lost on the way back. It was a lot of trouble. Rika-chan likes to stray down some pretty strange roads, so she gets lost pretty often.
How did she get lost just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Rika has a lot of strong points that more than make up for that.
I can see that. Expression in the girls' room? You're quite the thespian.
Keiichi was being horrible. He was thinking, if I were in their shoes, I'd just run her over and rush into the washroom.
What? Did what I was thinking show up on my face again?
Keiichi-kun was a pervert.
No, I mean... it's so funny. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, a newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hideyama. The men claimed they had traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken into custody was XX kilometers away from Shishibone. When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika-chan really was.
Well, thanks for treating me. I'm happy that you called me here today. Oh, are you going home already? You can stay a little longer. I was in the middle of organizing some drawers. If I leave it like that, I won't be able to put out the futon. Ah, I guess that's true.
Oops. Looks like I called her at a bad time.
Yeah, when Reina phoned her, she was in the middle of cleaning a room, but she still came. Well, it was an emergency, so it couldn't be helped. Besides that, I got to eat a lot of sweets, so I'm very happy.
Thanks for today. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly.
Tell Shion I said bye.
I'll be
taking my leave then.
Oh.
I'll be taking my leave then. Reina-san, please take your time. Yeah, I will. Later.
Rika and Satoko, in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left. Mission successful! Goodbye, otaku, you fat-ass lard balls. While Reina and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee.
Oh, did the two little ones leave already?
Hearing them call the little ones was so strange, I inadvertently burst out laughing. Apparently they were in the middle of cleaning, so they went home. Shion and I brought enough coffee for 4 people. I heard from my senior. It seems that you went through a lot of trouble for my sake.
It was no trouble at all. None other than Shi-chan was in a pinch after all. Oh, is it all right if I call you Shi-chan? It matches with me-chan, so I thought it'd be cute. Well, whatever you want.
Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Reina started talking to her. Reina is pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Reina would find out she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried off back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the 2 of us.
She was a bit upset with Reina. Maybe she thought I was being too friendly. Oh.
She's just embarrassed.
Still, they really do look the same. Instead of twins, it's like there's another Michan.
They look the same, but the atmosphere around them, or rather, their insides, are completely different. Wow, what a way to phrase it. I think those types of twins are pretty interesting, though.
You think that, Keiichi-kun? I think they're identical on the inside, too.
It somehow became silent. Reina was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface with the coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Reina's off-put mannerisms seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. That unpleasantness carried on for a little while. Reina, you said it today, right? That Mion was hurting?
Did I say something like that?
Don't play dumb with me. You definitely said it. On the way home from school. Reina answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, questioning if she said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Reina wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion. But when? Me? Hypothetically, if something like that happens, it's not something I did out of malice. I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think Keiichi-kun had any bad intentions.
Reina replied, also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion, but I confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion, and Reina was upset with me due to the fact that I hadn't realized it.
I don't want you to misunderstand. It's not like Reina is mad at you.
Seeing right through what I was thinking, Reina said that as she smiled even more gently than usual.
It's just that... how do I say this? It's hard.
If I made a mistake, please say so clearly. I'm so thick-headed, I disgust even myself. If there's something I should apologize for, then I'd want to know even a little quicker so I can make up for it.
I don't think that Keiichi-kun has made a mistake. Depending on how you look at it, Michan might be the one who's being unfair. Taking the stance that the girl was the one being unfair might be unfair in itself.
What Reina said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion. I'm begging you, Reina. Mion is one of my best friends. I don't want to leave something between us that could cause problems later on. So, tell me, how did I hurt her?
I can't tell you. You need to realize something like this for yourself.
Reina was smiling what she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had the strength of will surprised me for a moment. I'm asking you because I can't figure it out, you know? My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Reina was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor.
Well then, I guess just a hint is fine. It's a special, okay?
Sorry. Please. I'll think about this seriously. Reina looked around the restaurant, searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence, as usual.
Shi-chan? If she ties her hair up, it's impossible to tell apart from Mi-chan, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So then. So, if Mi-chan let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from Shi-chan?
Probably. But what does that have to do with anything?
What if. What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just Mi-chan pretending to be her sister? What would you think?
Reina was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer. It might be unfair to answer a question with another question, but if, like you say, Mion is just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? After maintaining the silence for a while, Reina glanced at the clock.
That's what I want you to think about. That was maybe too much of a hint. Oh.
After thanking me for the dessert, Reina stood up from her seat.
Sorry, I was asked to buy a few things, so it's about time I left. Is it okay with you if I tell Shion I didn't say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Sorry.
Huh?
That Reina is so short-tempered. Sorry for getting angry. Keiichi-kun isn't the only one at fault here.
Reina was harsh in her apology, but I was the one who really should have apologized.
I think to Mi-chan, it's something that doesn't bother her much anymore. So if you want to forget the whole thing happened, that's fine too. But you see, as a girl, I'd hope that Keiichi-kun realizes it by himself and comes to apologize of his own volition. Meow.
Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. Alright, I think we're gonna take a quick little break there. I think that's actually a good break point. So I will be back in a couple minutes just to kind of get up and stretch. I appreciate everybody that's been here watching, chatting, lurking, all of that. Yeah, I'll be back in a few. Alrighty, folks. Why don't we continue on the story? I get some ice cream. I was like, I want a snack, but... Dude, my throat gets really... hoarse after like a lot of reading like this. I think it's partially because of all the voices I do. Sadie, you absolute maniac. 900 biddies. Wow. What the actual F? Thank you so much. You know what? Hold on. Is one other thing I've been forgetting to do as well, because you technically have contributed, so I need to give you that's the wrong place I need to go to. Jeez, I don't even know what to say to that. Anytime I get stuff, I sincerely appreciate it. What the actual F? Alright, hold on. Community. Alright. That should have worked. Oh yeah, you get the Sakamoto hearts. Alright, so Sadie, if you say something now, because I'm an idiot, you're the one that made the Sakamoto heart, and you also made the biddy emotes, which I sincerely appreciate. Pretty sure I gave it to the right account. Sweet. Yay! You got the artist role. I totally forgot that was a thing now, so noise. No, I sincerely appreciate it. My god, you guys are insane. You guys are great. I love you guys. All right, why don't we continue on with the story here, though. Oh my god, already. All right. While I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally done. It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was oh, that's me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was delicious. We were all really happy with it. Oh no, don't mention it. But I'm glad everybody had fun. Uh-huh. That girl that was just here left as well? She had some shopping to do. She said she was sorry for leaving without saying anything. I see. Well then, should we leave as well? Even though I'm off duty, I'm so nervous around the workplace. We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I'd been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness. It's gotten dark already. Even though I promised I'd be finished early. Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left. Oh well, at least we've got a little time to chat like this. Saying that, Shion set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home. Well then, I guess I should start with an introduction. I was mistaken for my sister when we first met, so we never got to properly introduce ourselves. I could only smile and laugh wryly. My name is Shion Sonozaki.
I'm only similar to my older sister in appearance. My sister is rough around the edges and hot-headed, but I'm a composed and methodical person. I remembered what Raina and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different. Well, Raina said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Raina figured out that Shion was Mion. Also, related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Raina had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion? Shion, what did you hear about me from Mion? My sister seems to have taken a liking to you. She talks about you quite a bit. Like about club activities, about getting pranked and pranking you back. Boyish kind of stories. You really do get along. Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened that hurt Mion? Mion herself said that she wished she had been born a boy, and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she? Kei-chan, you look like you're having fun. Huh? No, that's not true. Even though you're bad at hiding things, you sure like to lie, don't you? Still, I don't hate you for it. Saying that, she lightly chopped my forehead. Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Raina had left me with. Hey, see that? Don't you think it's pretty? You think even if a guy would find it pretty? Yeah, it is pretty. Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores I would normally never enter. It wasn't like she was begging me to buy her anything, and I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation. Kei-chan, this is your first time doing this? Is this your first time doing this kind of thing? Yeah, it is. Somebody didn't bring me into these accessory shops. I don't think I'd set foot in one my entire life. Well, that's a lie. You'd have to do that to buy something for, girlfriend or something. Not that. I meant more like this. What? I looked back when Shion suddenly linked her arm with mine. Hey, you don't have to act so surprised. It's not so embarrassing to link arms with the girl, is it? Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time. I'm not that embarrassed. If you want some arms, I can spare one or two. Here. Kei-chan, you really know how to entertain someone. I see why my sister took a liking to you. If you don't want my arm, I'm taking it back. Come on. I'm happy to have it. Laughing in good spirits, she unlocked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat. This question might be a bit mean, but I want to enjoy seeing your reaction. Kei-chan, have you ever been arm in arm with a girl before? Around a bonfire at a field trip doesn't count, by the way. That little devil. She was asking that question knowing full well what the answer would be. Well, field trips are out. This is rough. I thought as much. That impish laugh. It really is the same as Mion's.
You really are Shion, right? You're not just Mion saying that you're Shion, are you?
Are you thinking that my sister might pretend to be me?
I thought you were twins until just now, but that way you mess around is just like Mion.
You're just saying that. You can tell us apart easily.
What do you mean by that?
If my sister was holding your arm like this, would you get nervous?
I would. I'd be completely on edge worrying about when she would go for an arm lock.
Shion laughed so hard she had to hold on to her sides. Hey, is it really that funny?
You're tearing me up. You're tearing up. Wow. Tearing me up. No. You're tearing up.
No. It's just... I was just thinking about how hopeless my sister is. She isn't even able to get a young man hot and bothered while she's arm in arm with him. She really is a failure as a woman.
I remembered once again that I heard someone say that before.
Sometimes I think that my sister would have been better off if she'd been born a boy. If she did, I might have fallen for her. Just kidding!
Mion did say something about wanting to be born a boy.
My sister is on the fence as to whether she wants to be a boy or a girl. Well, it's the price she pays for living an awkward lifestyle. Just leave her be.
You've been saying some pretty harsh things about your sister right now.
Mion has some soft parts to her that I don't like.
The way that Shion talked somehow sounded cold. Shion, do you not get along with Mion?
Well, we get along enough. Still, there's a few things for which I can't forgive her, as her sister.
This is turning into a very interesting conversation at this point.
Hey, look at that! Don't you think it's cute?
I turned around to look at where Shion was pointing. What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sort girls would like. I wonder why girls like these kinds of things.
It's because they're cute. Don't you think they're cute, Kei-chan?
I'm a man, so I don't really get that vibe.
Now. Which one do you think is cutest out of all these, Kei-chan?
Shion, pulling on my arm, pushed into the row of dolls. And they were lined up like they were close sisters, taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar. I've seen those four over there somewhere.
Oh, I guess they really are famous, even if you know about them.
Shion sounded impressed.
These are new dolls that were just brought in from England. They still have some available here, but around the cities, they have trouble keeping them on the shelves. Even though they're supposed to be inexpensive, it seems they're starting to come at a premium.
I guess girls still like these kinds of things even as they grow up.
It depends on the person, but I think that girls who don't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far in between. Even my tomboy of a sister said these were adorable.
Oh? Even Mion says they're adorable? That is pretty amazing. That's right. I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion, who was a relative. Everybody had gotten something.
I really do think that one's the best. That frilly dress really gives it something.
That's it. That's the one the shop owner gave to me.
So it seems.
Shion replied softly but clearly.
Uncle Yoshiro gave those out as thanks for helping liven things up at Sunday's event. It seems he gave them to the 4 friends my sister brought along. So you got the doll with the dress then. What did you think? It was really cute, right?
As a man, there's no way I'd think it was cute. See, what, Keiichi, you're such a dumbass. As a man, things can't be cute. Oh! It's so bad. I hate it. You can call things cute. It's just when you get called cute. You don't, you know.
So, what did you do with the doll?
I wasn't really going to do anything with it, so I gave it to someone.
To who?
As Jayon laughed, I can hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Thank you very much for today, everyone. You made the event turn out great. It's not much, but here's something extra for today.
Ah, Uncle Yoshiro, is there a little something for me too? My, quite an adorable one, is it not?
And Satoko and Rika-chan opened up the bag. There were cute little stuffed animals inside.
Wow, you're so cute. Can I take them home? I really can.
Which means there's something for me too? Whoa. I got a pretty adorable one. It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress. One you'd use to play house. Reina's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same, and Rika-chan too. I see. It wasn't just Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan. There was one other person who seemed jealous.
Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least.
Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment.
Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. I can admit it's adorable. But doll with changeable clothes is... eh.
Oh, that was me. If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting from tomorrow. Definitely. Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't.
Huh? You're giving it to me? To Reina? Thank you.
Turning away from Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Reina. Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it. Just protecting myself. If I didn't give it to Reina, then walking the streets at night would be scary.
No doubt, no doubt.
I thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time, I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I?
You know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy.
Mion herself had said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize that I had hurt her.
That's right. Mion is more suited for cool things, so I think having you help out here was the right choice.
Oh, that's right. Mion is more suited for cool things, so I think having you help out here was the right choice.
Huh?
Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion. But if it's Shion, I think it works.
Uh-huh. You mean that...
Shion, ran off and does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion, but that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy.
Mion's younger twin sister? She's got a different personality.
Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion.
That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality.
I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Mion made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seems she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Sneaking a look inside the box. To say that she just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is it really okay? There's not a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right?
Jeez, I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. I'll just go home and eat it myself.
I'm not my sister. That was how she said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion, and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, it carried a special meaning.
Michan is mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's what Reina said.
But you see, even that Michan is actually really feminine.
Reina, how much did Mion pay you exactly?
That's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Reina began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
Michan is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
There never was a riddle to begin with. Reina was saying the answer right from the beginning. So then I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
I know Kei-chan didn't mean anything wrong. At least, he didn't intend to.
Yeah, Keiichi-kun isn't the type of person to hurt others. So there's no reason for you to feel hurt by this, Michan.
Then what was it? Frustration? Sadness? I don't know at all.
Did you want it? The doll, I mean. Even if you gave it to me, Rena, I wouldn't solve anything.
You're right.
How about this, Mi-chan? Try asking Keiichi-kun. You might be able to solve the problem if you tackle it head on.
There's no way I could do that.
Is it too embarrassing to do that now?
I want to try again. As somebody other than Mion. This time, I can be more honest with myself. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei-chan. This might be selfish, but one more time.
Keiichi-kun will definitely notice.
I wonder if that's true.
Reina would cheer you on too. So let's find a way for you to ease your sadness. Believe me, I won't let anything happen that'll make you cry, Mi-chan.
I'll believe. I'll believe.
Keiichi-kun will definitely come to understand. He'll say he's sorry for saying something so callous. Then he'll bring you to that store and buy that doll for you as a present.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, Mi-chan, you'll say thank you. You can't fool around. Say it honestly.
Yeah. Gah. All right. Man, this story got kind of heavy in a way. And not in the way that you'd expect it to go, honestly.
If I said I wanted it, Kei-chan, would you buy it for me?
Mion said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment. But, like Mion, I quelled that impulse. Okay, Mion. As thanks for everything until today, I'll buy you whichever one you want. My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order to not lose to Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well.
But, not Mion. I'm Shion.
Shion, then. I'll buy for you, Shion. Shion looked down. Red-faced, she pointed at the doll in the dress through the store window.
Is it really okay? The one in the dress is a little expensive, isn't it?
This isn't a matter of price. This is a matter of feelings.
When I was saved by Kei-chan from those unsavory customers today, I was really happy. Even though my coworkers didn't save me, Kei-chan did. You grabbed me by the shoulder really firmly, right? Alright then. You were really cool. Even then, I was so embarrassed, I couldn't properly express my gratitude. I clamped my hand down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly.
like how I would do to Reina and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Reina would've, spaced out and blushed slightly. You don't have to think too hard about it. I should have just given it to you back then. If I did that, then everybody would have had a good laugh. Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red, like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears. I'll go buy for you right now. Wait right there.
I'll go with you.
Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore.
I think I know why. My sister likes you. Hey, is it alright if I start to like you a bit too, Kei-chan?
The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa! What am I doing? I'd reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me. Excuse me? I want to buy that doll and the dress that's in the window. After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement, and an apron-clad employee soon appeared.
Kei-chan? And why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. I'm on a date with Kei-chan right now.
Huh? What? And now we find out, yeah, there actually is a little sister. It's not the same person. Mind blown. Oh, the reveal is always so good, though.
Why is Kei-chan?
Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. But that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me?
I said it right at the beginning. I'm Shion Sonozaki, my sister's younger twin. Kei-chan, you even called me Shion, didn't you?
Shion, saying that, pouted cutely.
What is going on? Tell me, Shion. Not much. I was wondering what kind of person this Kei-chan you were so infatuated with was, so I happened to give him a ticket to the dessert festa. There, when I was being bothered by all sorts of troublesome customers, Kei-chan gallantly appeared and saved me by kicking them all to the curb, or something like that. What?
Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost. Mion, you phoned me yesterday, right?
I didn't. I have no idea what you're talking about. I delivered that bento for you, didn't I, Kei-chan? That was me, right? Or was it my sister? The person known as Mion Sonozaki put together a bento and bravely went to a boy's home to deliver it, maybe. Oh, you're a lot bolder than you look, sis.
With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head.
No, I don't know. See, Kei-chan? My sister says she doesn't know. So everything up until yesterday was me, Shion Sonozaki. You might have thought it was my sister pretending to be me, but with this, there's no doubt, right?
I couldn't tell up from down at that moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock.
Now, little Miss Shopkeeper, could you wrap up that doll in the window? It's the first present from the person I've come to love, so make sure you tie it up nicely with a ribbon.
Dude, this is so messed up right now. What is happening? Oh my gosh, this is weird love triangle that you really don't want to be in the middle of, I guess, at this point. Good lord, this is, we're gonna die just because we're in this weird love triangle, aren't we? I know it. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working. Yeah, I second that. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I want this. No! I didn't crop it properly. Hold on. Ba-da-ba-doo. Wait, what? Kei-chan? What is going on?
Well, let's go. Kei-chan, it's already dark out, so I'll see you home. So sorry, but could you phone the house in Okinomiya and have them send out a car? Maybe a van that we can fit a bike into, please.
In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell. It looked like she could burst into tears at any moment.
Ooh, Kei-chan!
After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. Dude, we are stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point. Good God. You have received a tip. It hasn't been a while. Oh gosh. The next day. It was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do, or that she had to use the washroom, and run off. Unable to just watch, Reina was taking care of her the entire time.
Mion-san, she's acting totally strange today.
I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain.
There are times when girls are emotionally unstable. It's best to just leave her alone.
Turning around, I saw Reina calling me from the hallway. I wondered what it was.
Keiichi-kun, over here, over here.
What is it? Call me over like this. Is it a secret?
That is. Looks like it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Mi-chan seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again.
I'm surprised you managed it. How did you exactly?
Same way I do with the television. Just come at from a 45-degree angle and hi-ya!
It just hits her. Saying that, she made a chopping motion. You know I can't tell if you're joking or not, right?
She'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiichi-kun.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty. I'm listening.
Thanks. You see, Mi-chan is just going to pretend the last few days never happened.
Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it.
So, you see, Keiichi-kun, could you pretend too? Then Mi-chan can go back to normal.
Just doing something as simple as that. Is it really going to be okay?
Please, until Mi-chan gets her feelings in order, just go with it.
Okay. I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason, I felt guilty. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for an entire day. Shion. Ugh. But she never once said that she was Mion. Ugh. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping at the ground impatiently, Reina giggled.
But Keiichi-kun, you knew as well that Mi-chan has some cute things about her.
Reina talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah. I know that she'll never let it be boring.
Good.
Following this curt reply, Reina looked up at the sky and stretched.
As long as you realize that, Keiichi-kun, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about.
Copying Reina, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. The clear sky towered into the distance.
There's no club activities or anything today. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun, but just for today, can you go home by yourself? It'll all be back to normal by tomorrow, so just for today. Okay?
If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make. Got it. I can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you. I still feel kind of guilty about it, so I want to apologize.
No. The root of our problem was Keiichi-kun saying something insensitive, right? So if you learn anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy.
Right. I'll try. That day was the shortest day of my life. Reina was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So, likewise, I did my best to ignore her. This is getting, sad at this point. And for the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Reina ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika-chan came over and patted me on the head.
Both Keiichi and me learned a whole lot.
I'd never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully, the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something.
I'm sure that Keiichi will grow up to be a wonderful adult.
Pat. Rika-chan is... Oh, excuse me. Good lord, sorry. Rika-chan is the studious type, so maybe you'll grow up to be an amazingly wonderful adult.
Of course. When I grow up, I'll be super amazing. When I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know.
No matter how old you'll get, you'll still be a brat. You can put money on it.
But what did you say?
As Satoka snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell from above, hitting me squarely in the head. Ow! What did you think you're doing, Satoko? Bang, smash, pinch, squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. School's over! Today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. Ah, that explains it, okay. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time. But today, Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go to. How is that going, Rika-chan? You have it down in practice?
I'll try harder than last year.
You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony. She'll look far more fit for the role this year. Please look forward to the fruits of her training. The Watanagashi festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well.
Okay, we'll be off then.
Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all. Stoka and Rika-chan waved us energetically, then left. You know, I never asked, where is the festival happening anyway? I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seems suited for hosting one. They do it at the Furude Shrine. We went there for a walk one day, remember? It was that place with the really good view. Oh, right, I remember. It was a shrine all the way up on that hill, wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa. There's a great meeting hall in the shrine too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time. It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine. I see. I guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then.
Mi-chan, is your family going to help set up today?
Yep, we have male hands for that. Most of our relatives come from town to help. Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so... Would it be a problem if I squirmed my way in there to help out too? Uh-huh. You want to help us, Kei-chan? Not if it'll bother you all. I was just kind of interested. We had bond dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where they took place, much less one to help. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa though, it rarely made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival the day before.
I wonder if you'll be able to, Keiichi-kun. There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs. I hear it's pretty hard physical labor.
I mean, I wouldn't be doing it alone, right? The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time, her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Raine gave her the last push for me.
It's decided then. You should go for it, Keiichi-kun. He's all yours, Mi-chan. Put him through the ringer.
Well, I can't argue with a recommendation from Reina. Okay then, go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine. Oh, you might want to bring a towel to wipe your sweat too. Got it. I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun. Careful you don't hurt your back, okay? Right, enough of my old man spiel. I'll go to the shrine too, as soon as I've changed.
Mi-chan, do your best too. Bye-bye.
Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant, retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday.
Girls are quick to get over things. Michan is already fine.
Right. Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her.
It was kind of funny though, wasn't it? Kind of like Cinderella. Like, you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off.
Reina began to giggle in a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird, hard to describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me? If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be a different Reina too.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Keiichi-kun, what kind of Reina would you want to meet?
One with a bust size of at least 90. Huge knockers that you're okay with me touching.
I can't do that.
God. She'd be great at cooking and make me lunch, and come to see me in the mornings.
I do that already.
I pull Reina's head into a tight grip, then start to pet it. You're Reina Ryugu, right? Reina, not Reina. So you just stay as Reina forever, got it?
Thanks. Have fun helping set up the festival.
You got it. Well, let's meet up tomorrow. I got changed right away, and slinging a towel around my neck, like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even live in Hinamizawa there, all cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where is Mion? Liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me. If it isn't my Barakun. Interesting. Have you come to help with the Watanagashi setup? Hello. Yes. I was just wondering if there was anything I could help with. How commendable your attitude is. Feel free to sweat to your heart's content. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents. Oh, what's this? It's my Barachan. Did you come all this way to help us? I hadn't found Mion yet, but I suppose I'd just get in her way if I ran into her. Yeah, I'm here to help. Just tell me where you need me. You young ones have all the vitality. Here, grab some work gloves. Ever built a tent before? No, never. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things. Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up just the cords for the top. After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. Butterfly knots are okay, right? There, and there. All done. We're standing it up. 1, 2, 3. What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa. Seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving. Come on now, no time to stare and wonder. We've got a lot more to do. We packed the tents into the truck, so go get them from there. They're heavy, so take someone with you. Nah, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. Whoa! They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy. That's why I told you to have someone help. Come on, said the man, lifting up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak, or these old guys have all have superhuman strength. Let's go! You're the youngest one here, so we're going to make you sweat for it. Do your best. Beer after work is the best. I'm a minor. I'll drink for you, Keiji, don't worry. Sweat dripped from my body. I've been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious. You're so young. Make sure you drink a lot. Thank you. It was then that I realized the crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together. Is that Rika-chan? Hey! Rika-chan! Do your best! Do you be... Do you beast? Oh... Do you beast? Oh, it's just so funny to me for some reason. I shouted and it seemed like she heard me. Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika-chan as well, with distant gazes. Rika-chama's doing a great job. She seems far more used to this than she did last year. The old lady who gave me the tea clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hands and said, Rika-sama, we thank you! We thank you! And just like that, began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika-chan's full name Rika Furude? Wow, you really are dense, Keiichi. Dude, is everybody taking a day off of streaming today or something? The man next to me, the man standing next to me answered my question. That's right. Rika-chama's Furude clan is ancient and honorable, and has worshipped Oyashiro-sama for generations. Huh. I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family. After her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last, she's really been doing her best to learn the rituals. I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she's grown up. What? Rika-chan's father passed away? Okay, break time is over. Let's get the chairs. We're not using back to the gym. Oh. Let's get the chairs. We're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya. Maki-san, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you. All right, my Barakun, let's get to work on one last job. Yeah. You're gonna make me do more work? Oh yeah, you're the one that's claiming you're the strong body. I can't tell if they know I'm mine or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best, and that the beer will be great. Kei-chan, working hard, I see. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. It looks like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full. Yeah, I'm working my ass off. You work hard too. The beer's gonna be great. I'm actually genuinely laughing that Keiichi says that. Alright, I do need to blow my nose. Just give me a second. Alright, sorry about that. We were worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. It was soon a full-fledged night. and the clear sound of the Higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely row tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly, a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me. "Kei-chan, great work! Here's some tea for you." "You're so considerate. Thanks, me." The voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different. "Wait, you're..." "Hey, it's Shion. Don't go giving me on all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay?" Shion, you little... Now that I've caught you, you're not getting away." "Ah, it was your mistake, Kei-chan. I never said I was anyone other than Shion." Ugh. I guess I can't argue with that. Hee. That's right, you're no match for my older sister, so I can't let you be a match for me either. Anyway, your tea. It's going to get warm. Come on, please cheer up. I'm trying to make it up to you with this tea. Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then suddenly... Ah! I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. Which one is it this time? Is it the real Mion? Shion? Why are you hanging out with Kei-chan again? Because unlike you, I'm very considerate. Kei-chan was so sweaty, I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea. By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea? Mion's face went bright red and she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back. Why? Why are we stuck between the middle of 2 twins like this? This is awful. Well, this is... There's no way you, such a rough, timid, good sister of mine, would ever briskly bring a male classmate tea, is there? So what are they? Where are those 2 cups of tea? These are, well, right. I was just so thirsty, I figured I'd drink too. Ah, that's so like you. Come on, chug, chug. As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other. What a fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you. Kei-chan, you give her a hand too. Wait. Suddenly, the situation has gone unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying. Mion, you can't hold your own against Shion? I hate her. And lately, I hate her even more. Just then, I heard the snap of a camera shutter. Good evening. The festival is coming up tomorrow. Thanks for all your hard work setting it up today. Good evening. Oh, Shion-chan. It's quite unusual for you to come here. Oh, hey, it's Tomitaki-san and Tomitaki and Takano-san. Good evening. It's been a while, hasn't it? So, you're that transfer student I've been hearing about. Keiichi Maibara-kun, right? You really did a bang-up job today. I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before. Yeah, have we met before? Oh, I'm glad you remembered. We passed many times on the road, Keiichi-kun. I'm Tomitake. I'm a freelancing photographer from Tokyo.
Then do you recognize me?
I'm sorry, but I don't.
She's Mio Takano-san. Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you still had a cold, Kei-chan? Mio-san is one of the nurses who works there. Call me Takano. I'm pleased to meet you. I wonder if she squeezed over them like in the shrine storeroom. That's very thoughtful of you. Tomitake-san seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being in the same place, and he took picture after picture. I've heard about them. This is the first time I've actually seen a pair of identical twins. You really do look exactly alike. We're not just alike on the outside. See, our underwear matches too. Yeah, you idiot! What the heck are you doing? Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which is which. Mion is Mion, and Shion... Oh, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness to those lard buckets at Angel Mort. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from that day was all... It was all complete act! They were even more alike when they were little. I hear even their parents had a hard time telling which was which. That's really easy to imagine. I totally understand what they must have gone through. Takano gave me kind of an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother. Tomitake, are you going straight back to Tokyo after you get your pictures of the festival? Yep. No, I would rather just stay here forever. Silly adult things, that's all. I hope your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it. Thanks. Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of you all today. My Barakun, you did a lot of work today. You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to. Uh-huh. Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun. Ah, youth. I'm so jealous. Takano-san smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. Oh, why, hello everyone! It seemed like our merry crowd was standing out. This time an overweight older man addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he? Oh, Oishi-san. Good evening. Doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow? Nah, ha ha. Something like that. Oh, if it isn't Tomitake-san. Certainly has been a while. I'm honored you remembered my name. You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you? Apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo. You should just move here and get it over with. I know a realtor I can introduce you to. I appreciate the thought. I'd very much like to follow up on that. No! Alright, everyone, have a good year. And Happy New Year to the Sonozaki twins, too. Happy New Year, Detective Oishi. We appreciate your work. We'd like to end this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible. That's pretty strict on me. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk with some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated. Yeah. It'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do during Watanagashi this year. You like this place too, don't you? Oh, you mean to say you dislike it, Jiro-san? I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know. especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting.
The curse of Oyashiro-sama, you mean? Curse. Tomitake-san used a troubling word. Then, suddenly, someone tugged at my arm.
Kei-chan, I'm pretty hungry. Want to go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets?
I'm up for that. I've gotten a little hungry as well.
Okay, let's go. A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomitake that stung my ears and gave me a start. I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year.
I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly. Shion, what did she just say? It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden.
Let's go, Kei-chan. They're talking about something silly anyway. You still haven't told Kei-chan? I make it a point not to stretch stories like that.
Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast. Hey, wait, hold on. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell me. It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know? I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be at all willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go.
I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first then. If you don't come soon, Kei-chan, there won't be any left for you.
I get it already.
I'll be there soon.
Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off. I could tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose. But it might be smarter to not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey now, you've already got my full attention here. I'm not going to leave without asking at this point. I think Kei-chan has the right to hear this too. No, wait.
I think Kei-chan has a right to hear this too. My sister was just stealing that from you.
Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion. What on earth are you talking about? I don't really like people acting so self-important. Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming that there were no objections, she opened her mouth.
Do you believe in curses, my Barakun?
Curses? I think they're interesting, but I don't really. I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were telling me it was stranger not to believe in curses.
You're not wrong, Kei-chan. Curses are just superstition. It's only natural that you wouldn't believe in them. Besides, you can take all the time you need to decide whether to believe in curses after you've heard us through,
said Takano-san, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least, that's what it feels like. Alright, I'll start. Keiichi-kun, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh yeah, the other day at Angel Mort, Mion, told me all about it. You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right? That's right. Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal. Mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast. Oh, you know quite a bit about it. Yes, you're right. It's practically an epic tale how just 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plans.
Did you hear this from my sister? She likes those kinds of epics, you know.
Yeah. She told me. There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction. It was the shrine.
You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be. Now that the whole thing is over, the senior citizens just use it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion.
Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I've been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something. But having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors. That was basically the mindset, though. Placing the main force in the shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They'd mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama? Do you know about Oyashiro-sama, Keiichi-kun? It's the name of the god worshipped at the shrine. It's said that he protects all of Hinamizawa. Well, I don't really know. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Oh. It sucks when it happens mid-sentence. It really does. Well, I don't really know much about him. I see. I think Takano-san knows more about the rest. Tag, you're it.
Well, that is generally the whole story. Oyashiro-sama is the ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villagers say he has been protecting the sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world.
So, essentially, he's a basic, standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go.
There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro-sama is a manifestation of a kind of elitism too. What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people.
Believing yourself chosen. A nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race, or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others. But they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's a sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan too.
A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, that they were above them. They believed that interaction with the lower world would sully their souls. So, everyone believed that if one from the lower world came to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro-sama. Apparently, that kept everyone away.
Villagers that hate outsiders come up all the time in Kindaiichi novels. This was once a run-of-the-mill village of xenophobes.
Well, they'll deny to preserve their pride. It was all a long time ago after all. Things are different now.
Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitake-san's words. Tomitake-san, embarrassed at what he said, scratched his head. Hmm. So, this shrine worships Oyashiro-sama, thinks of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world. I get it. So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operations, to resist the Sully Dam construction project that came from the outside. Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people. Superstition, every last bit of it. The villagers gave everything, desperate to oppose the dam construction. And right in the midst of it, the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oh yeah, Shiro-sama's curse. The person managing the construction site of the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered 4 years ago, I believe. Took the newspapers by storm. Do you remember it? No, not really. He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and head were torn off and the remains disposed of. One of those dismemberment homicides. They were all the rage at one point. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that. An incident. A person caused the incident after all. Should they really put it down to the curse?
Then, the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of dam proponents, he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died. Apparently, it was an accident.
Oh, of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case, as if it were a homicide, but in the end it was judged to have been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched.
And then, on the next year, this time, the priest of the shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died. This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he just kind of didn't seem to want to bother. The shrine was the symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry too. So at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyashiro-sama's curse." That's what they said.
It didn't seem like every year dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy.
Oh, and also, it's interesting. All these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival.
Mitiru. What? We're getting to the fun part.
See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it?
Then the year after that, in other words, last year, the sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death. Oh, of course, they caught that criminal. Let's see.
See? Really seems like a curse, huh?
4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama? That's not normal. My back. I wish I could take a nap. My sleep has not been good lately. Yeah, it's not even like necessarily time. Though I can't blame my cat with last night. Well, this morning really. I woke up to the cat playing with an earwig on the bed. Yay. You probably found it in the basement, honestly. Thanks for the lurky heart though, Tato. The old folks The old folks have been blindly accepting Yashiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years. Even younger people, too. At first they thought it was stupid, but now nobody makes fun of it. Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think that there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real. For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended. Well, I guess you're right. If we didn't have a Yashiro-sama to talk about, we wouldn't all be coming to a festival like this, huh? There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so they really need to go to the Yashiro-sama's festival. Shion nodded as if she were mocking herself. So, how about now? Keiichi-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Well, I mean, I still don't think there's a curse. I can understand those that believe there is, though. Wow, Kei-chan, you can really keep a cool head about this. Shion grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents? Takano-san said, smiling playfully as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year, someone dies. What should we make of that then? Tomitaki-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid. Takano-san is suggesting that it might be the work of real people. Eh? Simple process of elimination would have got me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately. Well, think about it. If it's neither a curse nor coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right? Pressed Takano-san. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just a few minutes ago thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking it wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was either a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion. If the culprit is a person, then it'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa.
That's what the police officer Oishi-san thinks right now, too. Hey, wait. That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Yashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the damn project business. However, if Yashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was... maybe... People whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the dam resistance movement. Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself. If you come down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion. There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project, right? I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So, I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint. One more thing. The police probably don't know this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know it. Yeah? What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down. Sorry. But, there's proof. What is it? It's the fact that one person dies and one more person disappears. One more person disappears? Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was the sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again? That's right. Suddenly and without a trace. As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands, like she was making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death, and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then, why? How does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit? Well, actually, Hinamizawa has this one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifices to a Yashiro-sama to calm his wrath. So, sacrifices? Yes. They say they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp. Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did so. As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See? Even people a long time ago like symbolism. As the body sunk, Oyashiro-sama's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep. Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's. This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's the secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who has been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it.
Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned about it all by herself too.
I'm really not all that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it.
Tomitaki-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What does that mean? You're the person who disappears during the incidents? You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice?
Yeah.
Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, and someone disappears. Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happened in the past, one person died, and the other person disappeared. For example, the first one, where the dam site manager was killed, apparently one of the people responsible for that hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that just mean he managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. Well,
that's basically what I think too. There's also the year after that with the leader of the dam proponents.
You said he fell from a cliff and died while on vacation, right?
Apparently, his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse.
The river at the cliff was actually pretty high at the time, though. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something. The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I'd heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in their house the night the priest died. It said something along the lines of her quoting Yashiro-sama's wrath through her death. Curse. Seems to turn up in this one, though. Well, we may never know the truth of that matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before. Police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse. The police suspected it was a fake suicide, and they're still investigating it now. Someone dies every year. And in the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? What a curse. That's unbelievable in its own right. And next year, what was it? The dam proponent's sister-in-law? She was killed. And same way, someone disappeared. There was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed. She cut him with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least, that's the vibe I was getting. Well, that about sums everything up. One person always dies, and one person always suddenly disappears.
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact was that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means first person dies is because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and second person who vanishes is because the villagers sacrificed them? Is that it?
Kei-chan, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of the curse, and someone takes away the second person to be a sacrifice.
But Shion, that means the criminal is in the village.
That's what I've been guessing from the start. It's pretty shocking though, you know. We live in the Showa period. Kinda hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using some ancient justifications, huh?
It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how we looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion. Then everyone else, they think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Neither Shion nor Takano-san answered that. Deafening silence told me all that needed to be. Then, let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had to hope they had one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave a painted smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak.
All I said really just amounts to circumstantial evidence anyway. If any of us knew who it really was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already.
As would anybody. And what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion had and opened her own mouth.
Well, I like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is.
Ah ha ha. Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Mitaki-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter. You see, I
just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So even for this string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seems to have some pretty deep roots around here.
Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend.
Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watanagashi festival is coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear. Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear? I do wonder who will die tomorrow and who will disappear, though, Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. Excuse me. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon. You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san. Now, Keiichi-kun thinks it's all true. I apologize. It's that bad habit of mine again, said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiichi-kun, you listen to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomitaki-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me. The stuff Takano just said is all fiction. If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that. Jeez, Jiro-san. You apologize too, Takano-san. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomitaki-san were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had already dissipated. Kei-chan, you should get going soon too. Mion is the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight, so I'll just be going home. Really? Then I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologize for making her wait, I guess. I'm sorry for being a nuisance, Keiichi-kun. Could you tell Mion that we're sorry for borrowing you for so long? Yes. I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure. Tomitaki-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle. Okay then, Kei-chan. Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival. We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about after all. We'll be making so much trouble, it'll be hard for you not to find us. Shiona and I said our goodbyes to Tomitaki-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us. Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you. Good at listening? No. Not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another. Did you like my story today? Well, it was pretty interesting. Then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them. I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head. Keiichi-kun, you can go now. Takano-san is just messing with you. They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Tomitaki-san call up behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long. Maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But
My regret for having made me own weight wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of the curse? The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice? Entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Alright, if this is the end of the chapter, then we're gonna call it here. If not, we're gonna call it the end of the chapter whenever that happens. You have received new tips from Scrapbook 1, 2, and 3 festivals around the corner. Alright. Alright, guys. I think we're at a good stopping point here. Thank you guys sincerely so much for everybody that's been here watching, chatting, lurking. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you, Sadie, again for the biddies earlier. I still can't believe how many you actually did. If you guys want to join my Discord, the link is there. I host events exclusive to the server on Saturdays. This Saturday is going to be it's tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Bad Movie Night, where we've been watching the Ace Attorney dub. We're on Season 2. After that, we follow it with a community game night, so if you're interested in either of those, that's the place to be. We alternate the Saturday event with a karaoke night, so any of those things you're interested in, definitely just join the server. Also host watch parties for different things, like tonight is the Celtics vs. Warriors Game 4, so I'll be showing that. In the meantime... we're gonna raid Mr. Wah. He's like the only person I see that's like on right this moment. He's playing Magic the Gathering on computer, so. Alright, guys. Thank you so much again for being here. I will be back on Monday around noontime Eastern. So, enjoy the weekend, guys. Stay safe. I will catch you guys Monday. Peace.